Alright, welcome everybody. Finish getting some things set up here. There we go. Almost forgot to set up my chat box. You know, so that I can see what you guys say. Hi, Rad. Hi, Bendy. You know, someone made that transition for me. Someone you may even be familiar with. I think their name was something along the lines of, Ziegler Bit? No, maybe Ziegler Word. No, that's too big of a... Ah, Ziegler Bite. That's the one. She always likes to push that. She does make them. I think she has a VGen where you can commission such things if you were ever interested. Know of them, but no, don't know them. That will change in time, I assure you, if you hang out with me and Dem enough. All right. Yeah, how you doing, Bendy? Try like hanging with you and Dem. Well, thank you. We enjoy your company as well. Well, at least I do. I don't want to speak for them, but I'm fairly certain.
Right now, I know it sounds strange, but you have to do it.
Hi, Liz. This looks kind of like Cyberpunk. Yeah, sorta. Let me just adjust my position here. Okay, there we go. Oh. There we go. The chat thing wasn't staying on top like it was supposed to, but now I got it. I got it working. Yeah, so this is Brigador. Not a lot of intro to it. It's a very interesting game. I don't want to say more than that. I mean, it has mechs. That's kind of in the title. But you know, there's more to it. So there's not a lot of story per se, as if I remember correctly. I think most of it is written right here, right over to the right here. So let's see. Caution: your legal status as a citizen of Solo Nobre will be permanently revoked upon completion of your first contract. If you have any questions, purchase a copy of the terms and conditions and FAQ. You have to buy them. You got to pay. That costs money. The Solo Nobre concern, hereafter SNC, has intel on Ramiro Castello, a military commander in civilian clothing, attempting to escape the present situation, whatever that means. SNC has isolated him on the highway using district gate controls, taking applications from any active limited time contractor, hereafter Brigador. So we have to go after some guy. We only have one option here for a vehicle. Perez, I guess that's our name. Perez's Toro is armed with an Abbott 105mm cannon and a Medwa 12.7mm machine gun with a smoke projector for defense. This loadout is tough, versatile, and effective at any range. Good all-around damage. We don't get an option, so... Thank you for the hat, Bendy. Yep, we'll take on the contract. Alright.
Great Leader is dead.
Great Leader is dead. Ruh-roh. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Or...
Solo Nobre must fall.
Yeah, you can just run people over.
Remove the marked target to accept contract.
Oh, they're worth money to run over. That's really fucked up. Oh, my game. It's lagging so bad. Oh. Why is it so laggy? Holy moly. Alright. Let's see, what options do I have here? I don't think I have much. We have VSync. I guess I can try turning that off. Maybe that'll help. Get back here, citizen. Oh my god. But you see, the money in the top right, it's going up every time I run someone over. They've incentivized me to do this. This literally pays. What am I watching? So I'm piloting a mech. It's kind of dark in here. This is my mech. The lines that you see are where my guns are aiming.
Welcome, Brigador.
Like that. The blue one, I believe, is the right click. The red one is left click. They have different functions. That one's a cannon. The other one is also a cannon, but a smaller cannon that shoots fast. That's the first mission. It just lets you get acquainted with the controls and such. Okay, welcome to Solo Nobre. Many years ago, the paramilitary group Novo Exercito de Povo seized power of Solo Nobre, the capital city of Novo Solo, our colony. Peaceful negotiations with the leader of the NEP, the tyrant known as Great Leader, have failed. Okay. After Great Leader closed the spaceports, the citizens of Solo Nobre have been forced to endure years of aggressive economic policies and isolationism. So long as his menacing array of orbital guns installed throughout Solo Nobre point up to space, there can be no outside assistance from the SNC or other benefactors. It is accurate to consider your participation in the present opportunity a heroic sacrifice, a tangible contribution to the restoration of rightful planetary self-governance. With your help, the SNC will restore Solo Nobre to prosperity. In other words, they're saying you are going to die. Welcome, Brigador. Yeah, I mean, the skull kind of gives it away, huh? Contract removal of opposition, greater than 70%. Opposition is light loyalist. Clotilde Alto? Your reputation precedes you. The SNC counts many admirers of your work in its employ. The situation on the ground in Solo Nobre will take a little explaining, however. Follow your in-mission instructions if you would be so kind. We apologize for starting you off with no ammunition until you leave the base. Some of our maintenance techs are nervous around you. By all means, please familiarize yourself with your Zolig in a lightly defended subdivision in the Letterar district of Solo Nobre. Welcome, Brigador. So these are like introductions to characters. This is a separate character from the one we just had. Alto's Zolig is armed with dual Banshee 14mm chain guns with a smoke projector for defense. Slota is excellent at range and is focusing damage on single targets. Excellent against armor and shielding. Mediocre. Oh, excellent against armor and shielding. Mediocre against structures. Got it. This is, I believe, the health of your mech, so that doesn't come back. This is your shielding, and I think the shielding goes up by 100 every minute or so. I think that's what all that means. This is your ammo for your two guns. And these symbols, I guess, roughly tell you what kind of gun you got. This is a very, like, retro-y game, I think. At least inspired by, and definitely more, like, indie. So, it's a bit odd. Use WASD and mouse to aim. Yep. These squares indicate information. Spacebar to stomp. Okay. Well, first I'm gonna go stomp on some people. Because that's funny. Oh my god, look at that stomp. Just any kind of destruction pays you out. That's kind of crazy. I mean, it's not a lot of money, but like, it's just funny. Where a lot of games would like discourage you from doing that. Bar to pick up ammo. Okay. All right, cool. We have bullets now. Hi, Zeke. Is that a... Are you asking for Fortnite? Is that what that is? This is a game. It sure is. Already completed the mission. Find the exit. There's the exit. Basically, we're part of a resistance movement. Now, these are homes. These are homes of the bougie people on Solo Nobre who still support the then dictator, who is now dead, the great leader, who has been presumably murdered. Actually, we can do a better job of demolishing this. There we go. That guy's house in particular. All right, and we're out. It gets much harder later. I have played through, I think, some of this at least. Yeah, this is definitely like one of the games of all time. Well done, Miss Alto. Would you mind providing another such display of prowess? Why is she sad? That's a great question.
Put this on.
I don't
right
think I have an
now.
answer for you.
I know it sounds strange, but you have to do it.
Thank you for the outfit. Would you mind providing another such display of prowess for your next contract? This is a request from upper management to see a video feed of Clotilde Alto in action. Your task is to sweep the neighboring industrial zone of loyalist tanks. Good hunting. Moida. We're going to go and commit Moida. Aim at targets using your vehicle's firing arcs. Yeah. I like how they make you stop and read it by putting the block there. The blue firing arc is your primary, left mouse button, which means that the other one is the other button. I think honestly, if I had to guess though, she probably gets sad when she runs out of targets to murder ruthlessly in cold blood. What happens if I stomp these? No, they don't do anything too exciting. Yep, weapons hit whatever you're pointing them at. I'm getting like a ton of notifications from them liking stuff on Twitter. They're not stupid, they know that I'm there. That's pretty cool. Yeah, how are you doing today, Zeke? How you been? Alright, there goes the liquor store. There goes the... whatever the hell that was. Yeah, I even did a whole bit for you, Z. You missed it. Hey, you can reorient your legs. I totally forgot about that feature. You missed it. Yeah, you missed that. Right after my my intro, it yeah, Rad asked like, Rad actually just pointed out that it was nice, and I was like, oh yeah, this person, what was their name again? The preschools? No. Me shilling your VGen. Stomp to mouse hole through buildings. Oh, the little door is the exit icon. Yeah, if I remember right, I did something like, oh yeah, what was their name? Ziegler bit? Ziegler word? No, Ziegler bite. Clotilde, your aptitude for violence in a mech rivals your skill with a blade up close. The SNC will shortly archive these contracts for posterity. Please continue your removal of loyalist forces into the next sector of Letterard. That's me. This is you. This is literally you. All right, have a great day, Rad. Thanks for popping in. Nice to see you. And I'll see you tomorrow, now that I think about it. Oh, the Z bit. Yeah. Crouching reduces damage taken. Interesting. You know where Rad lives, sends a heart. What the fuck? Try flanking them. Didn't need to. What is this game? This is a Brigador Up Armored Edition. It is a mech game where you are helping a anti-government force destroy the supporters of the Great Leaders faction, which is now leaderless. Leader is dead. And we're a merc. We're a merc working for the working for one of the factions anyway. Okay. Marvelous. I hope we're not boring you, Clotilde. It's really been a pleasure. This contract should be the last of us deigning to provide any instruction to you while you do such beautiful work. This is L. Wrightson, by the way. I'll be keeping an eye out for your next contract acceptance. Who the fuck is L. Wrightson? I don't know. Let's go find out. Right. Okay. Yeah, how you doing, Dan? What's going on? How'd you guys like the beta for Repo? I saw you were playing that. Top left icon. Countdown before your smoke is ready to fire again. Okay, so I can fire as much smoke as I want. Yeah, no ammo cost, cooldown only. Nice. Okay, so I can smoke them off and then take them down. I imagine smarter enemies will still fire through the smoke, but yeah. Use smoke while moving to launch it further. Makes sense. A little close there. Hi, hi, hi. Wait a minute. That's not them. That's penguins on beat. Who's that? Alright, I think that's where I'm finally, like, done with the intro. Yeah, here we go. Contract removal of target structures, light loyalist. The previous SNC contract dispatcher has been reassigned. Akar Singh, your dossier has flagged you for probationary oversight. You will not be furnished with ammunition for this contract. Our records indicate you are not fully checked out on a Kilgore. Additional instructions will be provided as necessary. Okay. Singh's Kilgore is armed with Duchess 40mm and Stutter 27mm chain guns with active camouflage for defense. This loadout is extremely tough and able to drive through most structures with ease. Good all-around damage. Okay. I have not been given ammunition, though. This ought to be interesting. W and spacebar to bull rush. Rushing increases tanks damage while ramming. Makes sense. Blue bar under your health bar indicates the status of your bull rush. Like specials or stomping, this is an unlimited use ability. Use the rush to flank past the Tobruk's, the stationary turrets over yonder. Still getting used to the tank controls. They can't shoot me because I'm too close. Nice. Use your optic camo, then rush to attack undetected. Like so. There we go. I didn't notice the little guys hiding over there. Okay. Saying we've routed you to an area of Letterhard with ammunition depots for on-site procurement of munitions. Clear the subdivision of local opposition. Reconnoiter for hard shield resupply. Oh, okay, I know what they mean by hard shield. That's the extra shield that you don't start with, if I'm not mistaken. Alrighty, let's get started. You still have no ammo. Correct. Use optic camo, then rush to ram the Tobruk's. There we go. A long tutorial. Ammo can be scavenged from enemies or refilled at depots. Ammo depots explode. Circle lights show reload as well as blast radius. Oh, they're the same. Okay, yep. Matching ammo types. That makes sense. Okay, we're full on ammo. Very cool. Combine rush, flanking, and optic camo to defeat the ambush ahead. Oh, interesting. It's a very janky game to try and like navigate or do anything with. Very strange controls, especially in this tank. I feel like it would actually be maybe better on a controller. Does this support controllers? Oh heck no. It sort of does, but it's not any better. If anything, it was worse. That was a little awkward. I'll just have to get used to it. Yep, green bar's hull. Can't replenish that for obvious reasons. Light blue is overcharge. Yep. That's an overshield essentially. SNC analysts rate your performance as satisfactory, despite being flagged for additional situational awareness briefing. Proceed. Basically, they're saying you're not very responsible, but okay. Good enough. Armor is directional. Rear and side hits will always do more damage. Okay. This is true for you as well as enemies. Protect your flank. Makes sense. Use camo and rushing to score flank hits. Mean. Got some guys there with a nice flanking maneuver they're so keen on. I don't think I use either of those. So get rid of it.
This on right now.
Oh my
I know
god.
It sounds strange,
Every
but you
time
have to
one
do
of you comes in, you put the maid outfit on me. I've been in and out of this outfit 3 times today. And we only just started. Hi, Say, how are you? How you doing? Mud, gravel, and train tracks will slow down mechs and tanks. You're a cat made VTuber, we have to. I am. Who said so? Who decided this? Well, I'm playing a game at the same time, Say. My attention is a little bit split. And you would word it that way, wouldn't you? You would say it that way. Anyway, we're playing Brigador. It's a mech game where you're fighting the evil tyrannical government by murdering loyalists, I guess. I guess that's how you do it. Oh, just clipping the evidence for later. Understandable. Sing. Current projections for Brigador loss rates due to explosive hazard are unacceptable. Reroute for an infield demonstration and retraining. The SNC cannot lose any more contractors to accidental collisions with explosive pipelines. Should have more of those. I mean, yeah, they're kind of expensive though. In this economy? Yeah, I don't know. Shoot the fuel pumps. Okay. Explosive hazards are frequent. Identifying and avoiding them is crucial. That makes sense. Identify and destroy all explosive hazards to complete the mission. Oh, okay. No, the murdering loyalists en masse to combat fascism games. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I should play Wolfenstein at some point. The new ones. Really good games. That's a long pause. What's that pause for? No, that's kind of a wall, huh? He doesn't let other people post in his clips channel? Yeah, it's just not set up right now for that. I'd have to set up like a specific role for it. For people who understand that it is my clips, you know. So I'm pretty sure if I didn't specify that, I would get people posting anyone's clips, and it would get a little hectic. The one I just made, yeah. No, I figured you know. All right, now we're playing as this chick. I don't know. You just play as different characters, I guess, for parts of it. Up until probably like here, and then you actually get into the real game. To be fair, sometimes your clips are technically someone else's clips. That's true. That is true. I usually just post them myself, though, after I go in and like edit them and stuff. Like how Dem's sex-related clip is tieflings. Yeah, absolutely. No, I get what you mean. I have to make a role for it. For people that I know, you know? So right now, I have a content creator's role, but that is specifically just anyone can post into the thing. He's trying to make me a clipper. I'm not trying to make you a clipper, but you know, I do appreciate the clips that you do make. He's trying to housewife me. You're putting that on to me. I don't know. I feel like you're projecting a little. Is this what you want me to do? Is that what you're asking me to do at this point? Is that what you're trying to get out of this? Ripley Snell, you are among the first Corvids, as well as a Grav pilot. I think that's meant to be a Grav pilot. Oh no, as well as a Grav pilots. Sorry, the chat is actually covering that section of the screen. I'm gonna read it off of OBS. As well as AGRAV pilots to apply for contracts. Welcome to the SNC. In our supervisory capacity, we will walk you through your final clearance necessary to operate as a Brigador. Follow the in-mission instructions to be granted further access to contracts. This is revenge because I keep putting him in the apron. I didn't try to do anything. I was just saying I'll give you a role so you can do it. Since you're asking, you know. Centered camera. Andy to strafe. I mean, yeah, you just kind of move in any direction. These are pretty cool. It's like a flying car. Let me just fly over the low cover there. Space to ground pound. Everyone when I join. Anyway. Ground pound does greatest damage when used at full height. That makes sense. Damn. This thing's fast as hell. Use control to toggle centered camera. Yeah. Perfect for a vehicle like this where you're moving pretty quick anyway. Autobahn music box. That's a title. What do you mean revenge? Why would I get upset about you putting me in the apron? I was just lamenting the fact that it kept happening. You know, I have to keep getting changed. This is kind of a nuisance. You know, even if I like the outfit, which I may or may not like the outfit. Okay, Miss Snell, good work on that last mission. We know it was fairly close quarters for a combat zone. We just need to ensure proper targeting reticle calibration before assigning you any higher level contracts. Sorry for the extra message traffic, but why does the name Snell sound familiar? Well, sir, it sounds like the word snail. People often confuse it, actually. Maybe maid dress should just be default then? I don't know about that. Have I sent you? I have a whole document now for my redesign. It's just text, but I can send you it if you're interested. You can read it. Let me find it. Of course I'm interested. All right, one moment. One moment. Let me find it. Okay. Go to Discord. Oh. Of classified documents, I have a huge filing cabinet of them. How do I answer that? How do I respond to that statement? I never heard that. I think that's the correct answer. I didn't hear those words. Oh my god, hi Amy, how are you? And let me get you the latest sketching. God, it's all the way back here. This is a different artist. Once I have the first ref sheet, I'll actually show it to everyone. But this isn't anywhere near ready. Not good. That is very unfortunate. You can share if you would like, but I hope things get better for you, and soon. Okay, there we go. Sent you that. That is not, like, the sketch isn't perfect yet. We're still changing things. That's why I said it, like, it's not ready. If you notice a difference, the document is more up to date than the sketch there is. There's not actually that many words. It's just kind of, it's formatted, so it's not that dense. Okay. I have to destroy 25 garrison and 4 depots. Okay. Just my hands hurt, but I hope I'll be fine. Aw. Still got like 6 pages. Yeah, true. This place is kind of explosive. Aw. Well, I do hope you feel better. If it is carpal tunnel, let me know. I know some solutions for that, but if it's not, I don't have anything really to offer you. But I hope you feel better. Thank you for stopping in. It means a lot to me. Where are these guys? Is there something over here I'm missing? Oh, what's that? Oh, okay, yeah. Shooting enemy A-grabs. Oh, okay. Line it up with the ground light, so you would aim it kind of like that. Okay. Like that. You don't see the enemy health bar, you're not hitting it. Got it. Some of the stuff in there you're excited for. Describe what you mean by excited. Elaborate. What kind of excited is this? That's a crazy statement. That's wild. I was just looking for more words than looking forward to it, but all right. Yeah, too bad you can't take me out of context. I mean, you did type the words, but sure, I'll come in your hair, I guess. But, I mean, I got that over you. I mean, I actively don't want to say more because, you know, I'm in your chat. You know, fair. Fair. I guess if you're too specific. And that's also an issue. So yeah, that's, you know what, fair. Good call. The way you responded is still really funny, though. Ugh. So yeah, you got that. How many people nut in socks and boxers too? I mean, yeah, true. Ripley, you handled that highway combat quite well. You're cleared for higher paying contracts now. The analysts will probably keep nagging you for a couple more remedial briefings, but don't worry about them. Just follow along and you'll be through them in no time. Continue your combat sweep through Letterard? Yeah. Also, I remembered why I know your name. I'm a huge 12-7 fan. Can't believe I didn't realize it sooner. Great work out there. I guess she's in a band. EMP disables enemies and their shields briefly. Okay. That guy's just really into organized crime, you know? Maybe. Press and hold middle mouse to aim your EMP. Okay. Cool. For the beep of your special cycling, this reminds you the special is ready to fire again. Use it again. Listen, I think for a lady like this, a lot of guys would be really into just about anything. All factions employ suicide weapons. Identify them by their red searchlights. Ah, epic. Yeah, that looked like a suicide weapon. I agree. Oh, that was a shield trap. I was wondering, it was like kind of surprisingly strong. I guess that explains. I missed them, but I hit them with the projectile itself, and that still killed them. Because that does make sense. Okay, I do have to destroy the depots as well. So, let me just do that from a safe distance. Real quick. Yeah, they were standing in like a bunch of mud or something, just waiting, I guess. And then they just get instantly vaporized by some French chick in a fucking floating mech. That's fucked up. The SNC contract dispatcher L. Wrightson is no longer with our organization. Please report any non-business related comm traffic to your designated SNC Brigador Relations Officer. Snell, your performance has granted access to more difficult contracts. There are several targets designated for removal in your upcoming area of operation. Target vehicles will show the SNC Skull, Laurel, and Sword emblem on your screen. This is a message from Bander, SNC Informatics Division. Alright, now we get to the... Oh, we're almost there. Okay. One more mission, then we're on to, like, the real story. This has been some good backstory. Now leading us up, getting us to know our characters. Backmarked icons by following the crosshair icons on the edges of the screen. So this little guy over here on the top right, and a couple more up top. Yeah, how you been, say? Whoa. There's a lot of bullets. I do need to destroy the depots, but that one has useful ammunition, so I'm going to hold off on that. Nah, we're fine. There we go. EMP'd the guy and it worked. I think my exit's that way, so I should be able to leave this one. In case I need the ammo, you know? It never hurts. Don't need this though. Yeah, cool. That is the mission complete. We just pop that last depot on our way out. We like boost our reward or something, so we don't have to do it. We certainly can. Okay. All right, we destroy some stuff. You throw out the closest current SNC assets in Letterard. So this is open to any one of you. Now that you have the necessary clearance, the SNC will begin assigning you key infrastructural targets. In this case, a series of comm towers. Destroying them will weaken the local opposition's ability to raise a general alarm. Mind the explosive hazards. I'll probably keep running this. I liked it. Being able to zip around is cool. Okay, so these guys are spotters. The spotter sees you or takes damage, it will radio for help, showing a radio icon. When that call is completed, the alarm will sound. I assume if you kill them before the alarm, you're fine. When an alarm sounds, all nearby enemies are alerted to your position. An alarm cannot be called off and can be sounded again. All enemies in the district raise their shields when the alarm sounds. Destroying all comm towers will increase radio call time and will shrink enemy reinforcement radius. Okay. Comm towers are currently marked for you with orange diamonds. Destroy them to complete your mission. Okay. Sounds good. That's what all those are. I don't know where that guy was aiming. That went off the map. Okay. Got that guy. Checkpoint there. So we'll just keep going this way, I guess. Yep, it's another ammo depot. Oh man, they got the alarm. Okay. There we go. Hit one button there. Alright, last comm tower. We got all the depots. Yeah, all done. The nearest loyalist company at fighting strength in Letterard is moving to protect key infrastructure in response to your last mission. Despite this, the SNC has further comm tower and power substation targets selected for your removal. With advanced warning of Brigadors in the area, panic walls will be a factor, or be few in mission on this hazard. Alright, let's keep going. Spotters sounding the alarm will also trigger panic walls. Panic walls are defensive barriers that will only lower for enemies. Allow yourself to be spotted and observe the panic walls activating. Wow, those guys are tough. You must destroy substations to permanently lower panic walls in a district. Interesting. Where's the substation? Substations are currently marked for you with orange diamonds. Oh, okay. Yeah. Like how they die and it just immediately closes. Okay, that was a fair few enemies right there. Anyhow. Short on a few things. Depots. Oh, all four of them. I'm short on all four things. I don't know what's supposed to be in there. Kind of weird those are panic walled. Ah, stop shooting at me. Rude. Hi, Zeeg. Were you part of the repo thing earlier too? I saw Dem was doing it, but I don't remember who else was in it. Overstim that I find repo really boring now. Just played soundboards and trolled. Interesting. I was curious what changed. Are you sure that's not just you on a normal day? Also, check this out. Okay. The flying vehicles in this game, their way of meleeing is to literally just ground pound. You just slam the ground. I think the first time I did that, I said something along the lines of, "When you guys put me in the maid outfit," something like that. There we go. Pesky walls are gone. Yeah, what changed? Do tell me. It's a game I play a fair bit already, so I'd like to know. Huh? I'm not even sure what you're question marking at this point. Kind of the same thing over again, and like the sprinting is so annoying. Oh, the stamina? Yeah. Yeah. Some of the mods make that a lot less painful. Oh, the Gooner? Yeah. Yeah. I do not like that enemy. I think it needs a change, but... I want to fucking die when I get picked up. I mean, at least it doesn't usually kill you, but I think he needs to be more visible. You know, I understand the point is that he's hard to see, but he needs to be something you can see coming. And it's more of a extra danger. Not just a really, really annoying nuisance. Because right now it's just an annoyance. Like, it it's so hard to see it coming that it doesn't actually add any pressure. It just is an event that happens, and then you're just like, okay, great. Whereas most of the other enemies, you know they're coming with some degree of warning, and it adds pressure and tension. The Gunner does not add any of that. He's a bad enemy. He's a bad design. If he was slower and then did the same thing, like moved towards you slower, was a little more obvious, but you couldn't, let's say you couldn't really do much about him, or he had like a ton of health, or he couldn't be knocked over, any of those things, couldn't be picked up. Any of those things in concert with all he does is pick you up and run away, would be a little more engaging, and it would make him almost into a tool, because you would, you know, be able to run away from him pretty easily. It needs a full redesign, essentially, and a very different way of thinking, brought to how it's actually made to work. Hey, what's the story on this one? The SNC is coordinating for your exfiltration, but preparations are not complete. Stand by for details. Until then, the SNC has a contract available for the most critical targets in Sola Nobre, the orbital guns. This defense array is what keeps the SNC from deploying a landing force from orbit. Destroy the orbital guns in Letterard, and the concern will make arrangements for your exit from Novo Solo. Slightly mispronounced that. Some weapons and vehicles are louder than others. Yep. Orbital guns are high priority objectives for the SNC. Destroying the guns will cause a large and loud explosion, alerting nearby enemies. Oh, no shit. Stay clear of their explosive radius and be aware of how much attention destroying one will draw. Orbital guns are currently marked for you with orange diamonds. Great. I cannot tell what that emote is. Let me mouse over this. Tired, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do find any game like that, even like if I'm enjoying it, I can only play Repo like once a week. I really just can't do more than that. Maybe twice if it's when it was like newer things and I was experiencing new stuff, but that's about it. Anything more would be just too much. I know some people play it like almost every day. I don't think you can play it anymore. That's fair. It's not exactly like the best game of all time or something. It is, it's okay. It's, you know, fun with friends kind of a deal. That's about it. 15 hours. Yeah, that's fair. Got my money for it. There's the comm towers down. Awesome. Hello, everybody. That's a little boy. A lot of power behind him. Oh, I thought I destroyed that. Playing it at 1 a.m. with Dem Thursday morning. Oh my god, at 1 a.m. You accused, you work like crazy hours, right? Oh, you got 3 days off? Oh. Yeah, even when I have like long weekends, I can't do that. Maybe I'm just old or something, but if I fuck up my schedule like that, it doesn't go back for like a week. It is horrid. I do not approve of the manufacture of real or fake explosive ordnance. It's on the first night. Oh my god. That sounds awful to me, but I mean, as long as you're having fun. Almost out of ammo. 1 depot left, and then I'm good. Cool. Oh, hell yeah. Get some free ammo here. Okay, where's the last one? Hi, Dreamer. Hello. How are you? I guess it's here, huh? See, now you're coming to terms with the reality of your situation. But hey, I mean, if you're not too old yet, I mean, you'll probably survive it. Order of Death. Oh. Despite beginning with low clearances, you 3 pilots have proven capable Brigadors. Local geography and converging opposition forces make moving you through the city to SNC-controlled zones via district gates unlikely to succeed. Your contract is to remove key military leadership in the form of marked command vehicles in the last remaining sector of Letrard untouched by your handiwork. With this completed, you will exfiltrate via the nearby orbital tug on a private launch pad, which is fueled and contracted to wait for you. Upon exfiltration, you may accept payment or peruse further contract opportunities with the SNC. Good hunting. 25, I'm not old yet, I hope. You're not quite there. Not quite there. At least for VTubers, it seems like somewhere around 24, 25 is when you start to get into old territory, according to, you know, everyone else. I get called ancient. People talk about me like I'm 53. So, yeah, it's, you age rapidly as a VTuber for some reason. And Dem keeps saying that I'm like 40 something or 50 something. I forget which. Check marked targets by following the crosshair icons on the edges of the screen. Yep. And the orbital tug spacecraft. Yep, yep. Like almost everyone here, like in Dem's Discord, I'm pretty sure almost everyone, because adults don't play anime characters. Apparently, that's the view. Yeah, so you're on the older side, accused, but you're not old yet. You're getting there. Me, I'm a dinosaur. There's the substations down. Don't have to worry about the alarm as much. If you're a dinosaur, what am I? Dust. Dust and bones. Which is what I'll be in about 3 years. You hit 30 and you just evaporate, basically. There are a lot of older VTubers, actually, but I don't think most of them associate with the same people that we are, essentially, associating with, typically. Like, it's a different crowd, you know? Most of them also, like, they have kids or whatever, and it's like a totally different lifestyle. Which I don't have that problem. I don't have the problem of children. We'll leave the depots for last, I think. I almost ran out of ammo on that last mission. That would have been bad, huh? This is not a no ammo kind of vehicle. Go, got that guy. Or turret, I guess. I thought that would explode. It didn't. There's one of those. That over there. Ba-bang. Yeah, I'm just dust. I don't remember how old you are, honestly, Dreamer. You're probably not literally dust. That's just a joke. If you're any older than me, you're basically dust being the joke. I think Midori is dust in that case as well. He's like, I don't know. I think he's in his 30s or whatever. Late 20s. I don't know. I know he's older than me. And I'm the ripe old age of 28. So. I'll refill and pop these because I think we're almost ready to go. You'll DM me? Okay. If you're younger than me, I'll be very confused. Explosives coming in my direction. I feel like I remember being told a long time ago that this was like a really hard game. I'm not sure I'm seeing it. Have I just gotten better at games, or like what's happening here? This doesn't feel that difficult. It's definitely not. It doesn't give you leeway in many ways, but it's not that hard. We'll see. There's plenty of missions to go. I don't know how long this is going to take for us to beat either. We're already like a third of the way through. And we're like an hour in, so we might finish it tonight. Who knows? Yeah, I have some DMs. Let me go check on some things real quick. Me being younger confuse you? Because I could have sworn you were older than me. Okay, yeah, no, you are older than me. Okay, there we go. Yeah, no, it would confuse me just because I was fairly certain. Removal of 2 orbital guns. Moderate Corvid. Great leader is dead, and his illusory control over Solo Nobre's fractured politics has died with him. The Corvids have seized control of roughly 25% of the city districts, including Zaker's Scarp. Zaker's Scarp is a small elevated landmass to the south-southwest of the southern reach. The terrain makes it an ideal defensive perimeter, and the local oil refinery is of clear strategic value for the Corvids. The SNC has more interest in the orbital guns positioned there. Okay, but we have another... We have a mongoose. Oh, one of those little itty-bitty guys. Oh, we have totally different guys now. Wait, who? Huh? What faction am I playing now? Am I still SNC? Yeah, looks like I am. Okay, weird. $12-megawatt laser? It's crazy. You got a tank. You got the guy with the big old cannon. You got a little mongoose. Okay, so this one has camo. Let's try this. Guy looks fucking goofy though. So we can still ground pound. Here we go. Okay, I think it's getting a little more difficult. My loadout's a little bit scuffed. You wanted it harder. I did say that. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I think it's getting harder. Maybe I'm just addicted to speed, you know? So like they made me slower now. Man. Also, that is a hell of a way to word that. For the record, that's not what I meant. that phrasing is not what I had in mind. Yo. Okay, there's another guy. These guys aren't very like tough, but they're numerous. Okay. Wasn't expecting a welcoming party, just kind of out of the blue, but hey. Ooh. I've always found burst weapons to be really odd. Like, I feel like they're in most games that feature weaponry, but they are honestly some of the worst choices you can make for any weapon. Like, unless you can just only fire that many quickly, then it just doesn't make sense. Compared to, like, going fully automatic or something. Or even semi-automatic. Because with burst fire, you always end up just wasting ammo. At best. Never been a fan of burst weapons. I mean, it's a mech game. I'm not complaining about it here. I just mean in general. Like, I'll play a shooter and they'll like lock the M16 to only be burst fire or something. And it's just like, this is awful. Why would you do this to me? Like, I played a game recently that had something like that, and I despised it as much as I always have. I don't think of what I was playing though. Oh, RoboCop. I think RoboCop had some oh yeah, the pistol you use in RoboCop. It is a burst fire pistol. And it's just like, that's neat and all, but this sucks. Because you have to commit to it unless you get, there's upgrades to make it go to single fire or full auto, but it's just sigh. The Novo Exercito de Povo, hereafter Nep, is reeling from the death of great leader, an unexpected SNC contract activity all over Solonobre. Despite being an army of conscripts, their discipline and training is strong. The SNC will only have a matter of hours before the NEP reorganizes in force. Your mission is part of a coordinated disruption of that reorganization. Remove the designated command vehicles and forward observers occupying Linschoten, a small farm town and necropolis district. The SNC's development goals for Solonobre depend on keeping the local government forces in disarray as long as possible. But new pilots again? That's crazy. Okay, we got... Is this a hover vehicle as well? I think so. Tremendous single target damage and range, but has trouble with swarms. Yeah, I can see that. It has like no ammo. You can have Toro again, or Huss? Okay. Let's try this one out. Problem solved over there. Oh my god. That's a crazy laser. And the cannon too, god damn. It's kind of insane work. Shit. Okay, we're back to it being kind of easy. As long as I have ammo anyway, that could be a problem. I don't need that depot. Oh well. Man, I destroyed the ammo by accident. That is a bummer. Okay, let's actually get rid of these targets. There's something down here. Ooh, substation. Oh, that's yep. There's the substations taken care of. There's a comms tower over here. Oh, ammo. Nice. Yeah, I think I prefer keeping it centered. Mainly for you guys. I wouldn't mind so much the, like, moving around, but I feel like that's really jarring to watch. Man, I overkill them almost every time. Okay, now we get rid of the depots. Over there, one of them's up above. There's an exit down there, so we'll go get this one first. Oh, it's all the way up here. Oh, I completely missed these guys. Got him. Oh, look, another rail tower. Orbital cannon. That's the word. It's a lot of graves. God damn. Yeah, it's just they're basically just piled up. This thing's kind of slow, actually. For a flying mech, it's kind of lumbering, isn't it? The design is really cool, though. Just overall of the mechs. I think they're very atypical. Not what you'd expect from most of them. Especially like the hover ones. I like that a lot. Oh, like what the hell is this? And this is supposed to be like a mech that is serious. We got Killdozer. Bromlin's Killdozer. That's crazy. This one has smoke. This one has sonic boom. Oh, it can shoot over cover. That's kind of cool. I mean, I have to use the killdozer. All right. This operation targets upper echelon NEP commanders. Hi, Annie. Meow. Those not already in our employ, news of great leader's death caught many members of his war council and inner circle unprepared. Some linked up with their nearest sector base. A few attempted escape like Ramiro Castello, but many have gone to ground. Four high-value targets have bunkered down within the Evora Estate Country Club. Convenient choice as they already were there at the time. The security is enough to stave off low-level Corvid mobs, but not enough to deter a Brigador. We are confident in low flight risk for these targets. Destroy the designated clubhouses on the grounds of the estate to complete your mission. Very well. The killdozer will do it. I'm doing pretty good, Annie. How are you? I'm driving a killdozer, actually. That is my specific job for the day. Good, relaxing? Good, you should. A killdozer? Hell yeah. This is Brigador. A very interesting niche mech game. I figured after playing through AC6, this would be a nice little, related, but very much different game to play. There's the substations down, and the comm tower. I recalled this game being a lot harder when I played it, but it's not that bad. It's very clunky to control, but it's not like difficult as you might compare to other games. I think the difficulty just comes in figuring out what the hell you're doing, not so much in the actual like gameplay. It has a really good tutorial though. Like, really good. They walk you through every detail you need to know. Which, I don't know, I feel like that's a bit of a lost art these days, is making a good tutorial. The only person who can sell it to you without trying to sell it. I mean, listen, I find the things that I enjoy in a game, and then I do them. And if I don't enjoy the game, then I won't be on it for very long. It's definitely a game that's not for everybody, though. I mean, I definitely wouldn't recommend this to someone who like has no interest in mechs. And it is just a single player game. Might be kind of obvious, but Just in case it wasn't. Right now I'm driving one of the tanks. The tanks have their own set of abilities. You missed the jokes about the hovercraft. They can ground pound. And I made some jokes about how everyone reacts when I put on the maid outfit. What's that side eye for? What did I do? Holy shit. Got him. Boy, ground pounding without me. Listen, you're invited. You just weren't here. You're always invited. Okay, the next place I need to go to is over this way. Alright, mission complete. Hell yeah. Just 2 more depots to go. Here's one of them. Where's the last one? Guessing it's up this way. Let's see the icon. Oh, there it is. The icons are tiny. Look at that little thing. Hardly see it. Nice golf course they got here. Go to this exit. And I swear, Annie, by the day, the number of people who want to do that just keeps rising. It's kind of wild, actually. And with a 6 megawatt laser. This thing looks wild. I feel like they're just trying to make this harder and harder. 90mm chain gun and pinch rocket. There's like no ammo. Okay, this is a vehicle. Fuck it. We ride the Troubadour. Haskins Port is a former logistics hub for interplanetary commerce. When Great Leader closed spaceports citywide, routing interplanetary trade through Ixo? I'm not sure. Haskins all but shut down completely. All freight was declared property of the NEP and has remained there since, the massive backlog hastily stacked. Let me get a sip of water here. With the present opportunity, a heavily armed Corvid detachment moved immediately to occupy Haskins Port, and they have men going through the boxes. The SNC is very interested in what the Corvids are looking for, buried for years in shipping containers in Haskins Port. Remove the command vehicles overseeing this search operation so that we can deploy our own teams to search the port. Okie dokie. Let's ride it on our one-tracked vehicle. Oh, this is crazy. Whoa. Okay. I can't stop. Oof. I got run over. Oh my god. All the vehicles they're offering here, like, they're all these little rinky-dink things. There's a substation at least. Okay, I have smoke as mine. Oh, shit. I got blown up with the damn ammo tank thing. That was not part of the plan. I'm still alive, and we've cleared some of the bigger guys. Okay, my shields are back. Things are not looking so desperate. Oh shit. Well, I did say I wanted it harder earlier, so I guess I'm getting what I wanted. I got stuck. This for a tank type vehicle, this one does not break things very effectively. It's not very adept at ramming. Got a crazy gun on it though. Okay, there's that. It's stuck on everything. Just the first one then. Okay, where's the comm tower then? Over here. Alright, cool. Be through. There we go. Alright, cool. Managed to get through it. That was rough. Most districts in Solo Nobre have at least one Texas 7, but Linois has the flagship, the original Texas 7. Many other well-known establishments focused on the prurient interests of soldiers are also based in Linois, to the point where on any given day the district has a constant fraction of the nearby base populations. A client of the SNC has a list of names for us for removal, and reports suggest that most of the soldiers are on leave in Linois. Despite widespread inebriation being likely, Linois is well loved by soldiers and thus will be well protected. Clear the district of loyalist soldiers and vehicles, both for our economic interests and for the consideration of our client. Okay, we got the Chieftain 18 megawatt and Thunderclap 14 megawatt lasers. We have the Toro. We have the Rounder again. We have Arlo. Interesting. Maybe we'll run this one. We haven't run it since the first mission, I think, which is hardly a mission. And it's a proper mech. It can ground pound, I guess, technically. It's a different kind of ground pound, though, you know? Got him. There's the power. Oh, there's only one. Alright, we're getting there. 66 out of 90 something. I just want to mention something about destroying buildings in the description. Like for the mission, but I mean, I was probably wrong, but you know. Got some of our shield back. That's getting a little dicey there. How was my break? My break was good. Oh look, the Texas 7. Let's get rid of that while we're here. We were talking about that earlier. You know, things were good. Things were good. Got to do a lot of fun things with my friends. We only really had like one full day to hang out, but you know, I think we made the most of it. That's a big fucking cannon. Yeah, hi Clee, how are you? I missed everybody, honestly. I seriously missed streaming. It was starting to mess with my head, actually. Some other things also happened while I was gone that I had to take care of, but we can talk about those later. You have a wedding to go to? Hell yeah. That does sound like something that would excite you, because you get to get all, you know, dressed up and whatnot. It's like a big event. But you didn't get to plan it though, did you? Regrettable. Unless... Did they let you plan it? You get it? I mean, I'm trying. Okay. Where are we at here? I don't know what all this is. Didn't get to plan it, but I got to make gifts because I don't like to spend money. But also, I think handmade gifts are more special. There you go. You know, they definitely are. People really appreciate them. You can, if it's something you can buy, right? They can just go buy it themselves if they really, really want it, right? But if you can't buy it, then it's one of a kind. She did let me help her decide between different ideas in her head, so I didn't plan, but I helped. I mean, that's where you start, right? Okay. What kit are we running for this? Got Buckler again. That was a pretty good one. But it's looking like we're going to be facing off with some pretty heavy vehicles. Chemicals? Oh, sounds rough. I feel like this is just nimble enough to work for this one, so we'll run it. And the camo will help. I cannot use that. So she really likes a podcast, and I painted the podcast's background and then wrote her name in the podcast's font and wrote a message on the back. Hell yeah. No, that'll go over great, unironically. I think they'll really appreciate that. Oh, those are suicide bombers. Like, all those guys were suicide bombers. That's kind of messed up. One of them. Ooh. Okay, got him. My shield and armor are not looking too fantastic. That's better. I should be using my cloak more now that I think about it. This one can refill me. There we go. I'm not going to worry about trying to get every little side thing. I have no idea if it makes a difference. It takes extra time. Oh yeah, let me read this first instead of after. Moderate spacer. Despite coordinating many of tonight's efforts with spacer detachments, we now have a special request from a client to retake his home district, a small suburban enclave known as Godwin Model Living Homes. Despite being offered several informational articles for purchase about the damage a Brigador visiting his home district is likely to entail, he is adamant that the spacers are removed. Our client's desires are one and the same with the interests of the SNC. Remove the spacer detachment. Okay. You like the new change? Well, good. I kind of just made it and didn't mention it. And I figured if people noticed, that'd be great. If not, then they must like it because they're not complaining. I don't know what this kit is. This one I understand, though. The Glory Box. That's a crazy name. Anyway, we can ground pound again. I'll say it one more time just because Klee missed it, and Klee will probably get the most entertainment out of it. Chat, every time I get the... Oh, hold on. Every time I put the maid outfit on, is just... Pound, pound, pound. I'm happy it's such a popular outfit. Oh, there's one thing I can say about the redesign. Something that I'm just hoping to get done. I haven't asked about the details of it yet. So, still gotta see about, you know, if it's possible. But I think it is. I'm planning on getting the maid outfit just integrated with the main outfit. Maid outfit equals pound, pound, pound. Yeah, basically. pegged. Oh my gosh. You know, you don't have Twitter, so let me find this. I need to show you all this. Pegging kills Tay, Tay equals pegging. Oh my god. Okay, well, one second. I gotta find this image. I found it. Now I just have to put it up on screen for you. Okay, so this happened in Dem's Discord. I was replying to Dem just saying I was happy I started a little trend in the Discord. And Midori starts pregnant male reacting me. Everything I say. Every single thing that I send. Everything I say now in that Discord, I get some kind of pregnant male reaction. I fear that they have certain desires and plans for me that I don't fully understand. Yeah, I posted that to social media. I thought it was pretty funny. I don't really have room for it anywhere. I'm just gonna hide it now that I've talked about it. Bring my Discord up over there. Male pregnancy is real, trust me, bro. You just gotta keep trying. That seems to be the attitude. Trust me, bro. This time it'll work, I swear. Wow, that dealt with those guys. No problem. Really haven't had a lot of time to make the streams, but I try to comment on most of the shorts you post, even if it is a diva back shot behind you. Oh my god. No, it's all right. I don't mind. I totally understand. I mean, people got things to do. Got a life to live, you know? I am entertainment at the end of the day. I'm here for when you have time. Because, you know, I'll be here. I see they don't make you clear literally every enemy anymore. You know, I appreciate you dropping in when you do, so I really do. The fact that you feel bad about it does make me feel a little bit better, and just in a general sense of like imposter syndrome type feelings. I feel like everyone gets those once you're like in a profession or something. You almost always feel like you're not like really, like for my profession, you're not really a programmer because like you just don't know things, or you're not good at everything all the time, or you know, you're not measuring up to say like one of your genius coworkers or something, even though that's like a ridiculous standard or something. I get that sometimes with VTubing, but people, you know, taking the time out even when they are busy to stop in reminds me that, you know, I feel like some people actually get real value out of it. Clee lore drop. I used to go by she, her, and I went by it so long my friends forgot I'm male, and I played a pregnancy prank on them. Then when they brought up I was male, I turned the joke to oh my god. To prostate cancer. 10 out of 10, best prank of my life. Only downside is now is I hope I didn't manifest getting prostate cancer. True on the last part there, for real. That's hopefully not. But no, that is a really elaborate joke that you have to know several things to get. But that's funny as hell. With the right delivery, that is grade A humor. Alright. Fully cleared, 56. Cool. I don't care about the last depot unless it's on the way out. It might be. It'd be cool. Nice. You know, I've known first off, I have known rather few people who were at any point in their life or still are trans. I've met a lot more of them since I got into VTubing. Obviously, like it's a space that is very affirming to that kind of those kinds of feelings, that kind of experience. So I get why, but of the ones that I've known, I only consistently watch 2 streams, and it's you and a very, very gay woman. But yeah, that would make you the second person I know who at one point went by completely different pronouns and now does not. Which is interesting. Just on an anecdotal level. Because I think I've known, like, personally talked to 5 or 6 trans people in my many years of life. All 53 of them. And 2 of them no longer being trans, you know, after some amount of time is interesting. I don't really know if that means anything. I just find it interesting. But I'm happy to be one of the 2. I really do appreciate that. I hope that means that, you know, the quality's there to justify it for you. it's a complicated thing because I genuinely felt that way, and what I've come to is I personally can't say I am some gender. Like, I don't know what pronouns I'm called, but it stresses me out feeling like I have to conform to a gender. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. I'm just saying it's interesting how people change over time and how their feelings and perspective on their identity changes over time. Because I imagine there was a point in my life where I would have cared if someone misgendered me in some way, even as someone who is cisgender. You know, that would have bothered me. Now that I'm older, though, I could not give less of a shit what someone calls me. It's just not important to me personally. I understand why others would be bothered. And thank you, Delita, for resubscribing. Like, I don't care what pronouns I'm called, but it stresses me out. You know, like I have to conform to a gender. Ah, okay. Slightly different context. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't... I think the idea of it's almost time for me to be born at 8 months. Wait, why did I see your message for that? That's weird. I'll have to keep that in mind in the future. Yeah, it's almost time. You're almost to 9 months. You're almost to term. We're gonna get an ultrasound soon. But yeah, the gender norms and like roles and things like that, I think are meaningless in a way. Like I feel like the end point, right, of understanding gender is to say that it kind of doesn't mean shit. It's like it's not particularly useful for an identity, let's say. Like it's not, it can be, it doesn't have to be. It only has the meaning that we ascribe to it, that we give to it, much like many things. So if you just don't want to worry about it, you don't really have to. I mean, you have to worry about how other people are going to see you, I suppose. But that's a totally different topic at that point, about how you want to be perceived, not just your personal internal identity. I think some of it may have come from thinking my family may accept me more if I was just trans versus being gay. That is a heavy thought. I don't think I have much to say to that at this moment. That is deep. Sorry, the artist I'm working with to work on the redesign is having trouble with something I'm telling them in like 5 different ways, and they just still don't get it. It's very like, it's just funny that they're not getting it. It's always funny when you can't communicate and you know you can't communicate and it's just not working. So you're gonna have to like do something else, but I can't do that right now. So that'll be for later. Yeah, I mean, it's I think it's a complicating factor that we've kind of societally put a lot of focus on. So to me, it's whatever. Yeah. I feel like we've put a lot of focus on people figuring out their identity, like putting focus on it, right? Paying attention, close attention to what are you, how are you, etc. And this isn't new. I'm not saying that like, oh, them woke lefties, no, like we've been doing this for ages. But trying to put things in a box does not seem to work. And even with the new ways of understanding and phrasing things, identity is still more complicated than that. But also, sometimes not. It's confusing in the way that you really just can't box it up nicely. I have a lot of thoughts on it. They're just not very well put together yet. I'm still kind of working through this topic personally, as well as just philosophically. But the short version to me is, I don't think the words matter nearly as much as being at peace with who you are. Where I'm very comfortable with who I am. I don't have words for it though. I'm just some guy, I guess, vaguely. I don't really care beyond that as far as how others perceive me, but I know that I do not like fit normal male expectations. I don't do normal masculine things. I don't do normal human things to a certain degree. So all of that's kind of whatever. I'm just Taylor, or Tailser, as known here. Most of my friends call me Tay or Taylor. But yeah, I think it kind of sucked more because I was really young and felt I had to rush finding myself in case I was ever questioned. I could give an answer. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Is there's always been a focus on like, what are you? Stop asking people that. I really don't think it's important. For 99% of people you interact with, right? It does not matter. Beyond what should I call you? Welcome back, Bendy. Like, just nothing else beyond that. To me, your Taisler. Did you intentionally misspell that, or was that just a goof? Yeah, I mean, to most people, I'm Tay. I'm not the pronouns that go with me. That's just how you generally refer to me to differentiate me from, maybe some of the people that you're talking to. Kind of helps narrow it down. That's really all that language needs to be for. Like that's it's at the end of the day, pronouns are for differentiating. Let's call it objects, whether they be people or otherwise, a thing from some other things, and that's where gendered language really comes from. If you're talking to two people and one of them is cool with being called she, her, and the other one's cool with being called he, him, you can just say he and you already got it. You don't have to say their full name, and it like fully flows into, oh, you meant Taisler. All right, listen here. It was really nice getting into queer/accepting spaces where I for once felt the need to not fit perfectly in a box. Yeah, I feel like that's just how everywhere should be, is to where you can just be you and like it's not a big deal. And no one cares if you're, more masculine or feminine or whatever that even means, right? Those are pretty vague terms in and of themselves, but people just shouldn't. It shouldn't matter. You'll pay a lot of attention to things that really just, they're pedantic BS. It doesn't help anyone. It doesn't do anything productive. Even with the language itself, it's like, okay, if you're aware of how, like, say a whole group of people broadly identify, say 3 or 4 people, you can you're probably going to just be able to guess how they identify. That's just averages, right? And then if you're wrong, you would assume that they would politely correct you. And then you can refer to people sometimes, depending on who's in the room, right? Using either short phrases, which are the pronouns, or if there's a bunch of people in the room, you have to say a name or look at them. You. And you just stare at them. That's just how communication works. That's all it's for. It has no deeper meaning. Hi, Frisky. And it's just very frustrating to see people argue over the nitpicky details of it. It's like, it doesn't, put bluntly, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter what those words imply in your head, because I don't think they need to imply anything beyond this, this person broadly identifies as that. Close enough, right? And they're cool with it. That's all that matters for the communication, for the language. I just don't see anything deeper than that. I don't think anything deeper than that is useful and helpful towards people. So yeah, like just having people kind of drop the expectations that go with all those sorts of things, like, oh well, if you're he him, no, stop right there, you're already off track, you know. And specifically with religion, it's used to be able to tear down anyone not strictly male and uplift only those who go by male. Typically, yeah, especially in Western religion. Depends on how you want to read it, of course. Interpretation is in the details. The devil's in the details, as they say. And you know, I know some religious groups that do not follow that at all. They take it very figuratively, of just, you know, whoever's in charge, basically. Or they ignore those things entirely. They say, nah, that's just how they used to do it. We don't think that's right anymore. Just because, frankly, they're just better people now. You know, they have better ethics, better morals, and they're cool with just applying that. Then you have other groups that are extraordinarily strict and very literal. Like what you're describing there. They will specifically put down anyone that is not traditionally male. Which I think socially making that kind of unacceptable, even in a religious situation, is how we would get to a better place with that. Because, I mean, religion isn't strictly necessarily evil, but it's pretty good at keeping outdated traditions that don't serve a real purpose alive. You know, it's really, really hard to argue with God. You know, when someone's convinced that God said so, it's kind of like mom said I can't go over, right? You don't argue with that. You kind of can't. It's already like, well, whatever, man. You know, how do you deal with that? But if broader society just kind of accepts that, like, it doesn't have any real meaning. You know, when you just meet someone, you know, if they don't give you pronouns, my assumption would be that they go by what they look like. I think that's reasonable. But again, you don't like ascribe more meaning to those pronouns than just like how it is in language, which it's going to take a long time for a language to eventually adapt to where that's not really like a thing we use. I don't think we have a good way to do it. The world has changed pretty dramatically over like 100 years. Language evolved over thousands. It's not exactly a dynamic system. It is changing, but very slowly. It has poor adaptability relative to us as humans. Which I think is where a lot of those things with like alternative pronouns and things like that, we're making an attempt. Which, you know, wasn't a bad idea, but I don't think it really worked out from what I recall. I don't think that many people kind of picked those up. And I think a lot of people will look at you weird if you try to use them just because they're like, what's that? Like, they genuinely just don't know. And even if you did know, remembering that is, for someone that you're not close to, it's going to be a little difficult. You're probably going to struggle with it. And all of that just creates friction. You know, it would take a lot of people adopting it to kind of normalize it, which is why, you know, a lot of language, the evolution of language almost always has to be natural, quote unquote. Like, it just has to happen on its own without anyone pushing it or making it do anything. A prime example, and this is something I was complaining about on Twitter recently, is femboy used to be a pejorative. It used to be a negative term because, I mean, it literally just is feminine boy. So presumably a male who is more feminine. Not a complicated word, very simple. You just smush two words together, voila, there you are. It used to be a pejorative, and it has been misused for trans people by, you know, a minority of people who are evil and nasty and cruel towards others. But largely over the last, I don't know, probably 5 to 10 years, roughly speaking, depending on what circles you're in, has become a positive term, which is just like a descriptor for literally feminine boys. And the feminine part is no longer looked down on. It is, if anything, celebrated as like, oh, cool, like this is just who you are. Like, that's just awesome, cool, great. There's entire communities around it. People self-describe as it. It is not a negative thing anymore. It is just a descriptor. That's all it is anymore. It has changed. Where once it was a negative, now it is neutral or positive. But there are still people who are caught up on the past usage of it, who don't understand that, like, oh, language, yeah, that changes sometimes. They're caught up on the past. And they just can't let go of it. They're like, oh, that was used in a mean way against people that I care about. It's like, yes, that's true, and that is unfortunate. But when hundreds of people, probably thousands, if not tens of thousands, I haven't checked, probably a lot though, are either cool with being described as in my case, or describe themselves as femboys and take pride in that, I think that's signs that something changed. Can it be used wrong still? Yeah, absolutely. But just because you use the word lemon as a way to insult someone does not make lemon an insult. Only when used that way. And, you know, if I'm the only one doing it, does that really make it the definition? Does that even add a second definition? Probably not. So it's about use, it's about understanding where these things come from. Especially those who gain from gender stereotypes hate it when language evolves. Yeah. Well, the problem I had with this whole people taking issue with using femboy as a term was they were basically saying, you know, it is some kind of slur. Well, it's just not. That's just obviously true. Like, that is, at most you could say it's a pejorative, like it's just a negative term. But slur? No, I don't think so. That is reaching very far. Slur is reserved for words that only really have a negative connotation. You can have, like with a particular word that I'm sure you're all aware of, there is an alternative version of it that is like cool and chill, at least for that community. And then there is the original, which is still considered awful because of its history and everything. But that's, you know, that's a slur that has a long history of oppression and hate. Femboy was misused for, like, well, not misused. It was used as a pejorative, as an insult, broadly, for a decade or two. Probably 2 decades, I would say, roughly 2.5 maybe. And then the meaning changed as society changed. And I think we should embrace those kinds of changes, specifically because if you say, man, a couple people took this word that like tons and tons of people really identify with and love, they used it the wrong way. They used it to insult someone. So now actually nobody's allowed to use it. It's a slur now. No, I don't think that's how you make any progress. I don't think that's how you like win the culture war, you know? I think that's how you stir infighting. I think that's how you undermine progress that has been made. Because from my perspective, right, you're saying, okay, the current definition, the one that like most people are using, you know, when they celebrate Femboy Fridays, right? that's all a positive thing. You're saying, no, none of that matters. We're throwing it all away. We're going to give it to these hateful people, this small minority. We're going to hand deliver it to them on a silver fucking platter and tell them, this is your word now. This is your slur. We're going to give them it and redefine it entirely for them. No, absolutely not. That is ridiculous. I cannot fathom how stupid that idea is. That is an awful idea. Like, I know that the context of Pepe has changed, right, over the many years. But when it was initially declared like a right-wing symbol, which I still find a little ridiculous because I'm old, all right? I was there before, in the before times. When Pepe was just like literally me, you know, like everyone looked at him and saw themselves, like inserted into a meme or something. He was just the relatable character because dude's a frog, right? Like there's no skin color, there's no gender, there's nothing assigned to Pepe. Not strictly. At most you could say he's more masculine, but like I don't think that was really strong either. But he was kind of like a general purpose character that everyone could identify with. Then, you know, the election. And to put it very bluntly, the right-wing people during that election, from, you know, the super extremists to the more moderate ones, a lot of the younger ones had a lot of spare time and were making a lot of memes. And just because Pepe was the meme character of the time, right? They just used Pepe. Of course they did, because yeah, Pepe the Frog. They used him because he was like the character to use in memes. And it was not until some big brain left-wing people, I forget which organization it was, but some organization said, actually, Pepe is a right-wing extremist icon. And it was like, oh my fucking God, you did not just do that. You didn't just give it to him. But no, they did. And a lot of people on the left decided they were going to roll with this? Absurd. Clearly, they were not actually like hip with the kids, you know, at the time. Everyone was using him. Not just the right-wing people. Everyone, except for apparently the left-wing people who are really bad at memeing at the time. This was like a decade ago now. They're still not that good. I'll be honest. Like I'm on the left. Don't get me wrong. But like the left is really bad at shit posting. They don't have the same energy, you know. Twitter is evidence of that. I'll point out. The right they just know how to just bump shit out, you know, low effort memes and everything, just out the wazoo. Yeah, basically, from my perspective, right, as like a normal person back then, left leaning, not particularly politically engaged, but like aware, right? I watched that happen and I was like, that's stupid. You're stupid. Outside of the political sphere, that was not the case. They just decided for everyone else that now if you use it, people are going to look at you funny. So of course, the only people who continued to use it as heavily were the right-wing grifters and stuff. But that only happened because they decided to hand it to them. That's right, can do anything, is pump and dump. Oh yeah, they're good at that. Shit coins and memes, anything really. Grifting is their specialty. But it was so frustrating to watch it happen in real time as someone who loved Pepe the character, just as a great icon, right, of the time. And then it just turned into a political icon only because someone declared it that way. So frustrating. But now, I mean, that's basically what they've done to Pepe. A lot of people still view it that way just because they declared it so. They decreed it from up upon their, you know, up in their fancy castles and shit like that, you know, completely out of touch with anyone else. And now it's like, well, I guess I can't use him anymore, not as a public figure who is not on the right. Otherwise people get the wrong idea, you know. Some people still hate him just because they gave it to him. It was a very strange series of events, to put it simply. And I don't want to see anyone on the left doing that again, where they're finding basically any excuse to just hand something that is a good tool, a good word in this case, over to the right to use for hateful purposes. Like, that's just, I don't think they understand that just saying that's bad does not make them stop using it. Like, is there like, do they think that by us not using it, and, you know, people in general, that it takes the power out of it? Because that's not how that works. You give them power by handing things over to them, by handing a symbol, a word, whatever to them that is, you know, contested, right? Or even mostly not really that contested. By doing that, you're just giving up power. You are literally surrendering power to the people you don't like, to the people you disagree with strongly on very important ethical and moral issues. What are you doing? I sometimes wonder if the people who push things like that are actually right-wing. I can't imagine why else you would do that. That, or they must be in some very specific niche, like echo chamber, where all they care about is one very particular topic. Like in this case, it would be how it was used to essentially mislabel people who were trans as a way to insult them, right? If that's all you care about, and you don't care about all the people who identify with it, and you don't understand all that context, I guess maybe you could be led to that conclusion. But I feel like you have to be kind of a fucking idiot to see a word that you do not understand and then immediately jump to conclusions and start telling everyone else that they cannot use that word because it's bad. This comes mainly, I should put some context on this. I sound probably like a raving madman. I saw someone in several comment sections, a particular poster on Twitter, telling people to stop using the term femboy, even when they were using it correctly, which was all the time, because it is, according to their new definition, a slur. And something else I noticed that they would say repeatedly, this is a lie, was that the word started on 4chan. That's just not true. That term was around in like the 80s, up through the 90s. It wasn't super popular, but it was used as a pejorative to call any guy feminine. Because, you know, femboy. Hi, Eliza. What a time to show up. And what a thing to say. How are you? How you doing? I'm ranting about at least one person, I don't know how many there are, on Twitter going around telling people to stop using the term femboy for people who describe as or are okay with being called femboy, because in their head they think it's a slur. This section has gone on for a while, but suffice to say, I think that's a stupid idea. Sipping tea after playing a comfy farming game. What farming game? Which one? There's like so many now. I need to know. Enjoying the rant? Hell yeah. Yeah, so this person was going around telling people things like, oh yeah, it was made up on 4chan back in like the early 2000s to insult people. That wasn't true. Fields of Mystery and Early Access one. Ooh, interesting. I liked, I'm awful with names. I'm so awful with names. Stardew Valley. I'm trying to flirt with the guy who's mean to me. Oh, you're into that. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. This is the part where I start being mildly mean to Eliza. That's a joke. Just so you're clear. But yeah, so they were telling all sorts of lies like that, and it's like, okay, let's assume that was true, right? I don't even want to argue about that. Keep that in mind. I'm joking. I flirt with everyone just a little bit, just a teensy bit, just as a joke, as a little funny. Anyway, even if that were true, back in the early 2000s, that's not relevant to now. It doesn't matter what that word meant in 2003 or 1983. They're not relevant to what it means now. Like, I'm sure there's words we use now that were completely inoffensive 60 years ago. That does not make them inoffensive now. Like the F word, not the one that I can say on Twitch, the other one. That at one point in history was a perfectly normal word that didn't mean what it means now. Doesn't make it okay. That's not how this works. You don't just get to learn. The other word for queer. The goon word 60 years ago versus now, or 10 years ago. I mean, that's a pretty new one. It's a very funny double meaning. I really enjoy that. I need goons. Yeah, what do you need, boss? No, the other kind. Yeah, like the historic meaning of a word is not really that relevant. Unless you're reading a book from 60 years ago, in which case, okay, fair. But we're talking now, we're on Twitter now, we're talking, commenting, in the here and now. So that's what matters. History does not dictate what things mean forever and ever. That is a silly argument. And again, I understand the crux of their argument being that, yes, some trans people were insulted rather seriously, essentially misgendered, by people misusing femboy towards them, which is, yeah, that would be offensive, but so would misgendering them. That doesn't... They're both wrong, but neither of them make the word used to do that thing necessarily a slur or evil. I'm trying to watch shows from 10 plus years ago. It's hilarious when they say the word goon. He's a goon. It's just a dude in a trench coat or whatever. And you're just like, huh, interesting. How do you know? Have you checked? Sir, I'm gonna need you to turn out your pockets. Yeah, I feel like they have to be like a plant or something. I can't fathom that someone is trying so hard to push an agenda that is counterproductive, that is enabling the people they allege to hate, giving them more tools to be hateful, and making those tools more valid, as opposed to saying, no, actually, that's just not a word you're supposed to use like that. And this is the fun part, right? For anyone who would say get called a femboy or something, incorrectly, is with the current definition, they can just turn around and go, oh, actually, wrong definition, sorry, you're looking for, and then they could, I don't know, point them at me or something, right? Like, because it has a positive normalized definition that makes them look like a fucking idiot for misusing it. But if all it means is something negative, well, there's no other way to interpret that. There's no other way to turn that on them. There's no other way to take the power away from them. I don't know. It just got me really riled up, because it's like, I know a lot of people who identify with that. I know a lot of people who think of me that way, which, I'm fine with, to be clear. And I don't want them to have to go through having the word that they identify with, the term that they describe themselves as, that means something to them, become like not okay because some white knight decided to try and go on a crusade. Like, screw off, man. Talk to the people you're trying to talk for. You know, like, if you're not one of them, how can you talk for them? Like, clearly this person is not involved in any femboy communities at all. And hi, Dem, how are you, Amogus? Because if they were, they would be aware that there are tons and tons and tons of people who, you know, they care about that. Better that I'm here? Were you somewhere you didn't want to be? Or are you just happy to be here? I love Tay's rants. Oh, I don't know, I get really upset on other people's behalfs, but like, someone can do something to me and it's like, whatever. You know? You're happy now? That's good. We're happy to have you here, Dem. Did you hear my whole rant, or should I recap it real quick? Recap? All right. Let's see. How fast can I get through this? So, long story short, I'll go through this start to end real quick. Like, first thing I saw someone talking about something with femboys. I clicked on that on X because, you know, femboys, cool. I scroll down a little bit. I see someone being like, oh, actually, you can't use that word. And I'm like, what word? So I click into that and I start reading. They're talking about the term femboy. I'm like, that's stupid. What could you possibly mean? How? Right? So I look into it. I read a bunch of their messages. They responded to tons of people in this one thread. And they're all telling them that it's a slur. Because, and this is their main reasoning, it was used in the past as a pejorative against just any feminine guy of any sort. And more recently, in spite of the new meaning, has been used as a way to essentially just misgender trans people a different way, because I guess we gotta get creative with that now. Assholes. But you know, they'll use anything to get at someone they hate, so any term that works out, right? But that's, you know, a small minority of the use of the word currently. As you're very well aware, tons of people use femboy and they love it. It's a great term. Tons of people identify with it. It's great. Tons of femboys. They're all super happy with it. It's cool, right? There's just this small minority of, you know, presumably probably like right wing or in some way transphobes, right? Who are misusing it. And this person was essentially suggesting that because of that very small minority of assholes, we have to just give up the whole word, call it a slur, and throw it away. You know, hand it to them on a silver platter, say, no, this is your insult now. It's all yours. You can just have it. What the fuck? And I was just basically going on and on about how that's dumb. Yeah, that's stupid. Exactly. It's like, no, I'm not giving it to them. What do you mean give it to them? That is, femboy is for the femboys, all right? The ones who want to be called femboy, that's for them. It's their word. They love it. People are happy with it. They enjoy using it. Don't take that away from them. And it empowers the people who are being hateful when you do that, because you're essentially saying that is its only meaning now. And like, let's say they continue to use it because they're going to. It still has the same meaning. It's still feminine boy. It's still femboy. Means the same thing, you know, at a very basic level. They can still use it as an insult. So you're not making it any weaker as a term, and you're not making it meaningless. You're just saying, yeah, this is the only definition for it now. Which means essentially that, let's say you were trans, right? And someone used that on you. Currently, you can say, oh no, that's just the wrong definition. You're just, you don't know what that word means. Look at this person or that person or this person. They all identify as femboy. That's a femboy. Me, I'm, whatever. It's not important. And you can kind of just like deflect that and make them look stupid, like they don't know something because, they're using a word. They don't even know what it means. What an idiot, right? They look stupid that way. You say, okay, the only meaning it has now is as a slur. Well, now it's just a slur. That's all it is. Now if someone calls you it, you're just getting called a slur, man. Like that's not better. If anything, it probably doesn't change anything in a positive way to hand it over. It doesn't change. It doesn't do any. Wait, no. I've been talking too much. Point being, it doesn't help to hand it over. If anything, it empowers the negativity. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so funny. The stream cut to a toothpaste commercial mid-rant, and I thought this was some sort of elaborate shitpost. I fucking wish. That's funny as hell. I'm not that smart, I assure you. You were like... I was probably like right in the middle of a really intense moment, right? Fanboy has been used wrongly by one of my friends to another friend. It really hurt her, but they talked it out. And if I say I'm a femboy, my friend isn't gonna be upset. Yeah. And for me, flash cut to a still image of toothpaste. And for me, 9 out of 10 dentists suggest Colgate. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, no, Clee, that's exactly it. It's all about the context. Like I can. This is for Dem. This is why I'm repeating this one. If I call you a lemon as a pejorative, there wasn't even dialogue. It was just toothpaste. Oh my god. Oh, I got sent to a new dimension. I mean, that's kind of sending me. Yeah, no, but that's to the point of the whole like I can call you a lemon thing, where it's like I can call you anything as a insult, as a pejorative. I can misgender you. I can do all sorts of things that are fucked up and insulting. That doesn't make the words I'm using wrong and evil. It just makes what I'm doing wrong and evil, right? Like that's how that works. You're not not everything is down to the definition of words. It is often by use. Yeah, anything is derogatory is said with enough derogatory. I assume you meant to put tone there. Like, if you say it in a derogatory way, it is derogatory. That's just how, like, everything is. The word, to me at least, a slur has to be something that is really, that's the only meaning for it, the only real one that anyone recognizes. And has to be, like, attached to some kind of historic oppression or similar. You know, some words that I would say are not acceptable, I don't think I would quite call a slur. But that's in, like, the pedantic type of stuff, you know? But this one isn't even, like, we're not even to the point where it's even just normally an insult. I have a bad habit of informing my friends they've said a slur when they didn't know a slur was a slur. There are a lot of words that I think, while they are slurs, I do think the meaning has changed to a point where you have to be from a very specific background, or until recently anyway. You would have had to have been from a very specific background to hear it and think that. You know what I mean? But it still is. It's just people use slurs a lot less now. So some really esoteric ones that have like dual meanings and things like that, people forgot the slur meaning and they just used the other one that is like pretty normal. Like what the one slur for Romani, where I come from, people would say something similar to that. My favorite was my friend who accidentally said, "What even is that?" Then they tried to say boy, but with a G at the start, and I was like, "Hey, Chad, I'm pretty sure that's a slur." Oh my god! Yeah, no, you can't. No, you can't do the G one. I think burl. I don't think that's a slur, but yeah, the G for the boy. Yeah, you can't spoonerism boy and girl. You can't do that. You get in trouble with that. But yeah, you know, like the one for Romani is a slightly different version of the word, is used for just like getting scammed, but that's not how anyone means. Well, let me just lean into the bit and swap the letters for boy. Yeah, that's not it. But like that's one that people don't even know. I wasn't aware of that until like 2 years ago. I had used that as just a different way of saying scammed until very recently when I learned that actually that's a slur. I'm like, oh shit. Wow, you learn something new every day. Where I live, the R slur is used all the time as if it's normal, and it was kind of shocking to know such a common word where I live is really a bad thing. R as in the one for the one that was originally a clinical term used to describe those who have some kind of mental deficit. I think that's the roughly correct. That's an acceptable way of describing it. I'm not sure on the exact accepted terminologies on everything. That community specifically changes pretty regularly on what they exactly deem correct, from my experience. Which so a little context, I have a family member who is a special ed teacher, and she's been in that field for a very long time. And when she started, that word was like totally normal to use as a clinical term. She doesn't use it anymore, obviously, for obvious reasons, right? But if you were to ask her very bluntly, like, do you think that it helps at all? Her answer is not really. Because the kids still say it, which is the one that matters, right? And so they kind of just changed their entire vocabulary, and nothing changed in like the schools and stuff. So that was a bit of a letdown, I guess, of just like the school system in America, I suppose. Language is not very strongly policed there, which to a certain extent I understand. But yeah, you'd think you'd draw the line somewhere, but I guess not. Anyway. Also, the education on it, of course, is also lacking. Most of us weren't told that was, explicitly a slur at any point in our education. We were only told the really bad ones that we definitely can't say. And then, you get to be like 17 or 18 and someone's like, that's actually not okay. And you're like, huh? What do you mean? And then they explain and you go, oh shit, well, now I feel bad. So there's a lot of background for that one, for how it got as popular as it did, and then why that popularity has made it very difficult to get rid of. Would be a slur for succubi? I don't think there are. I don't think that's a thing. There's probably like fictional ones that you could come up with. But I'm not super confident in that. It's really common in some areas. At this point, most people using that one, they mean essentially just a synonym for stupid, which makes it really hard for them to get it out of their vocabulary because people say stupid a lot. So if they're using that word instead, you can imagine they're using it a lot. So it takes some time, even if you can convince them. And then if everyone around them does it, they're probably just going to keep doing it. That's just how people are. Just similar experience from my own like life experience is, how do I say this without sounding cringe? I don't think I can. So I'll just say that the schools I went to were very diverse, and I mean that in a broad sense. And you know, I hung out with like the weird kids, the popular kids, anyone really. I didn't draw lines in the sand or anything. I just hung out with whoever. And my core friend group ended up being then really quite diverse. We had people with all sorts of backgrounds, rich, poor, whatever, right? We didn't give a shit. You know, we all just kind of helped each other out. It was actually surprisingly wholesome for a bunch of teenage boys. I was hot and sexy and cool in the school idol, and everyone loved me and had lots of money. Definitely not cringe at all. No. I was definitely one of the weirdos, but like I was one of the cool weirdos. You know, people were okay with me. They weren't like, get away from me. They were just like, oh yeah, Tay, yeah, that guy. Yeah, I know him. He's all right. That was generally the reaction to me. No one really minded me being around. You can probably gather that from when I do collabs if you've seen those. I kind of just chill. You know, I don't cause a fuss. If I do, it's something that I'm well aware everyone around me is cool with me making a fuss about. So anyway. So that friend group being particularly diverse, about 10 of us, right? Let's just say that all of us had the N-word pass. Let's call it that. Not the hard R, of course not. But you know, we hung out with people who said it enough to the point where they were like, "Nah, man, you're good. It's fine." You know, it doesn't, like, we know you're cool. It's fine. So, bruh. I know, I sound like an old motherfucker when I say it like that. I don't know how else to describe it. What? Yeah. Yeah. I knew it would end up sounding cringe. Listen. Just know that was like a normal thing. And there was never any hate behind any of it. I went to a really cool school. I don't know how else to describe it. It was not like there were no race divides or anything like that. Everyone was pretty chill. So I got used to saying that because, you know, I hung out with everybody and everybody said it. And not in a negative way, to be very, very clear on that. It was never used as a slur. Also, that version of it in those communities, right? Not really a slur. It's not used that way. It doesn't have that background. They don't feel that way about it. Nobody does, really. But then, you know, I left that. You know, I graduated from high school. I had to drop that shit because it's like, okay, well, these are not the same people. You know, and I obviously, you know, you wouldn't say it at work or whatever, right? Even when I was in high school, but just around those friends. And it's like, okay, I have to get that completely out of my vocabulary now, though. You know, I'm going to college, gonna be working with people. It's not the same. And I know that. And that took effort just to get it out of the vocabulary. That was why I brought all that up, was to say, I've had to train myself not to say things from, you know, growing up saying them, thinking like it's fine, no one, like, it's all cool, everyone I know is cool with it, to, oh, the real world is not okay with that. It's something you have to train yourself to do if you grow up in a different environment. But that's part of being an adult, I think, is understanding, you know, as you get older, as you get into adulthood, kind of looking at yourself in the mirror and saying like, okay, is that really cool, or is that just what everyone here does and like the rest of the world doesn't have the context and understanding, and do I have to change? And of course, yes, I had to change, and I did. So yeah, long story short, I get that it can be difficult to change how you speak. Doesn't mean you can't do it. So I don't like that excuse. I've heard that excuse from other people who say things along those lines, well into adulthood and in more broad social situations where it's not harmless, let's say. And it's just like, yeah, no, I don't accept that excuse, because I've changed. I've changed the way I speak, specifically because I know better. I learned things. I know better. That's how life is. That's how you're supposed to work, right? Yeah, I just want to reiterate, I have never offended anyone with that word. Just to be crystal fucking clear. I have never said it in anger or in a negative way towards anybody. That was very much a local social thing where it was okay. I was always the F slur kid. They didn't say it to my face, but I know they said it when I wasn't around. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. I didn't like that. That was also a thing when I was in high school. People would use that as like, obviously a derogatory, and I was just like, and? Like someone would say something like that, and it's like, okay, and? Why do you care? Always trying to give them shit for it. Because I'm not gonna like throw fists, right? I'll be very blunt. I'm not a fighter, but I can give people grief. I'm good at that. Although I will say, I think I heard the F slur the most when I was in cosmetology from the 2 gay guys. Actually, no, the 3 gay guys that were in my class. I mean, obviously that, sure, whatever, man, but it was just like, I didn't expect that. That's not what when I came here, that's not, I didn't think that would, wow, But yeah, I guess that's something some of you probably don't know about me. For some of the newer viewers, yeah, I went to cosmetology school. That's like hair and beauty, hair, nails, skin, toenails. I never did pedicures, but I did learn how you're supposed to do them, which is basically the same as a manicure, but on the toes. But yeah, I had a very interesting high school experience. Very, very weird set of friends. I'd ask you to do my hair if it wasn't just short in the back and long in the front. I cannot do hair anymore. I'm gonna be real with you. I can buzz hair. Give me a pair of clippers, I gotcha, but like, that's all I can do anymore. It is funny when I say the F slur, and the few straight people I know kind of get awkward with it. I don't know what to do, but it is funny. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care if I know that like when I was in Cosmo, if they would say it, it's like, yeah, that's fine, whatever. They're allowed, it's their word. I'm not gonna police them. That's up to them. But obviously, wouldn't say it myself. But yeah, no, people getting awkward is I think that's a good reaction, right? Like they're kind of supposed to. If they're not used to it. Long hair plus mech plug ports installed in the back of your neck equals tangled hair and cords. I mean, yeah. Tailser lore is so ingrained. To me, it's weird thinking if I said, wanna make out, they wouldn't get the reference. Yeah, some people wouldn't get the reference. It's crazy. I guess I have to explain now. So one time, me and Dem were in a collab. I think it was one of those stupid simulator games. Dem knows the reference. Yeah, Dem, you were there. You were a first-hand witness. Yeah, we were playing one of those with a couple of people. One of them was like very say-so, you know, innocent. They don't do anything NSFW at all, nothing really suggestive. Which Dem struggled with. I'm going to be real with you. I struggled too. But Dem was struggling. Because it's like, there's so many inappropriate jokes to be made in a fast food restaurant. Like, they just write themselves, essentially. But, you know, we couldn't. So we had to do other things. Well, at the end of this collab, the instant, and I mean the instant, it's just me and Dem, he immediately says to me, so, want to make out? Like that, no hesitation, no pause, nothing. Just immediately. Just has to go straight to something lewd. There's like, there can be no delay. There can be no waiting. We can't just end the stream. No, we have to get sexual right now. Really took me by surprise. I did not expect. This was very early in my knowing Dem as well. Like, I think we had only done a few collabs together at that point, so I wasn't quite ready for that. I had not yet been truly initiated at that point. Yeah, no, up until, I would say, college, my first stint at college, once that was over, my life went from like really hectic and busy and confusing, and like I was meeting all sorts of people, hanging out, doing all tons of stuff, very busy, to basically nothing happened for like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. I finished working an internship that lasted like a year from when I graduated, so that took up a year. Didn't really do anything super exciting. You're nice to have in the background while napping. Did you hear my whole rant, Liz? I went on an entire rant. I'm gonna have to do like a highlight or something of that rant. Maybe I'll ask Dem to do it. Maybe Dem could go highlight that after stream. I say while I stare at Dem's name in my little chat box. No one truly knows until dog words. Oh dear. Or I can get someone else to do it. I don't like to do those myself because I usually, whenever I do a serious topic, I have to either just clip out the noise and like the repeated bits, or I throw the whole thing away. Oh my fucking god, Chisai. Brigador, more like Brigador. I'm all bricked up edition. Jesus. Have you played this game by any chance, Chisai? Okay, so this relates to something. Oh my god. I need to get one of those emotes. You have not? Okay, so some of the mechs are... they fly, right? And all the mechs have to have some kind of melee attack. And the flying ones, their attack is a ground pound. So very early on in the stream, I mentioned that, you know, that's basically the same exact thing that happens when I put the maid outfit on. No, I didn't hear much that you said. I only just tuned in mentally. Oh, that's okay. Oh, there's a debugger in the game. Good old ass poundings. I said ground pound, but yeah, I mean, I guess. All right, Liz. I'll probably highlight it later or something. Clip it. I don't know. Well, not clip it. It's way too long. I'll have someone go and just cut that chunk out. To put it in like one sentence, I basically went on a rant about how femboy is definitely not a slur, and no, we cannot make it a slur because someone misused it. That's stupid. Ass pounding's the same things that happens when Tay puts the mask on. Wait a minute. What are you saying? What are you insinuating, Chisai? Oh my gosh. People were saying femboy was a slur. Is a slur. That's what they're asserting. Now, there are people out there right now saying that. I've been asked before by like people I collabed with or something. Grabs mic wood. Oh my god. I've been asked by people in chat, and I think one person I collabed with even was like, "Oh, isn't that a slur?" And we were like, "No, that's stupid." I was collabing with a bunch of femboys, and we were all just like, "No, the fuck? Who?" All right, I can just do the rant again if there's this many people. Kind of tired of all the additions for the list of what counts as a slur. Yeah, I mean, I think that really just doesn't fit the definition. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, there's a lot of slurs out there, yeah. But that ain't one. All right, let me take a quick break. Bring on the toothpaste. No, pre-rolls are off for like 30 minutes. We're good. Let me run to the restroom real quick. And I will do the rant one more time. I'll try to keep it short. But I'll be back in a minute. Daring contest for real. Thank you for the command, Chisai. Remember to stay hydrated, everyone. Very important. Otherwise, your refractory period. I mean, anyway. So, that rant. Okay. I think I'm getting better at it each time I do it to like condense it down. Let me move my chat around though. Right now it is off to the side, and at this point I'm basically not playing the game. This keeps happening. But anyway. Maybe I should just change it to just chatting. Maybe that would be smart. Good thing I'm an idiot. Anyway. The first time I saw this person, they were commenting something about it just being a slur, and I was like, that's stupid. Let me look. Let me see what they're saying, right? You always want to research something, even if it looks stupid. Look into it a little. Be like, all right, maybe there's some merit here. Maybe it's more complicated, right? They claimed quite a few things. The most ridiculous of which was that the term started on 4chan. That's just a lie. You can go Google it real quick. Femboy etymology. Started in like the 80s or 90s, before 4chan existed. So that's just like, no. Just no. That's not true. Maybe it wasn't spelled the same way, but it had the same meaning at a bare minimum. Where you just put fem and boy together. It's not that complicated. It's a simple word. It's just two of them smashed together. And at the time, yeah, of course, that was a pejorative. Back in like the 80s and 90s, being a feminine boy was looked down on. But that was just by nature of societal expectations and context, right? I just double checked to make sure my mic was on. that was an important thing to do. So yeah, no, that just wasn't made up by 4chan. They're just lying about that. They can't even Google. They literally don't know how to Google. That's crazy. The second one, which, I'll give more credit to, like, it's definitely a legitimate complaint, is that it has been misused, as described earlier by, I think, Klee had an anecdote about it. But the short version is that, yes, you can misuse it to refer to someone who is not a femboy. It literally doesn't matter who. In their case, they were referring to trans people, but I don't think that's important, actually. I think it's just important that they misused it to describe people that it doesn't describe, who don't identify with it. It's offensive to anyone else. Just like misgendering is, because that's essentially what they were doing. Some people will be more sensitive to it, but regardless. Like, yeah, duh. That doesn't make, he or she a slur either. That's stupid. That's just not what those words mean. It's not what they're used for. It's not what their function is. That's not anything. That's useless. You can't do that. And if you do, I mean, that would just break language, but like, it's just dumb. It doesn't, I can misuse this stapler to hurt you, but that doesn't mean that the stapler is a weapon necessarily. It just means it can be used that way, but that is not its purpose. The purpose of femboy is to describe a feminine boy in a succinct word. That's all it is. And nowadays, that is not necessarily a pejorative. And there's a large community that identifies with that term and loves it. I mean, we got Femboy Fridays. Like, come on, Tons of people love Astolfo. Even people who have not seen Fate, which includes me, love Astolfo. He's really cool. Love Femboy Fridays. Exactly. So clearly, like, it can't be a slur. Hi, Mr. Femboy. See, exactly. The overall cultural context of it doesn't even make it an insult, let alone a slur. It doesn't have the historic, oppression attached to it to even make it a slur. It doesn't even meet the bare bones definition to really become that. There's too many things saying hell no to calling it a slur. Just because someone used it to insult someone who was trans does not instantly make a word a slur, because that is essentially what they're arguing. Because otherwise, I just don't get it. I don't understand what their argument even is.
Amnesia. They forgot that I'm him.
Oh, thank you, world. Welcome. You also are showing up in the middle of a rant. I think I might have ranted to you about this already. I know World Waker from well before, in the before times.
Right now, I know it sounds strange, but
unless you were here for it, which is good. Awesome. Probably. Yeah, I'm ranting about the person calling femboy a slur. I think I did talk to you about that. That you or Omni, I'm not sure who. One of you. No, just woke up and remembered. Ah, okay. Yeah, so anyway, this person was arguing all those things, and it's just like, nah, man, nah. Like, I could, if you had some good argument, you know, of it being like a much more deep and complicated issue, then you're like, sure, we could talk about that. You know, maybe it really is a big problem. But then it's just like, no. It's very much the same as using the word man to refer to a woman. It's incorrect, and insisting it's correct for any reason is bad and offensive. Yeah, exactly. Clay said pound, pound, pound to the outfit. Yeah, shitty people do not get to own words. Yeah, exactly. It's that simple. You don't just give it to them either. That's stupid. That was the biggest point I was making, Liz, was you don't just give them the word that they're misusing. You don't just take the word that has been turned into something neutral or positive and decide, oh, actually, it just only means that very niche negative terminology that people use it for to like put people down. Yeah, that's all it means now. And we're giving it to them on a silver platter. That's all it means now. Here you go. Why would you do that? Why would you hand that over? Why would you give up that power over language and culture to... That's it. We're not using words that are slurs. We're slurring words. Exactly. That's a great way to describe it. Thank you for that. I will try to remember that phrasing and use it again. Yeah, they're trying to slur the word as opposed to, well, no, slurring your words that's its own. That's an action. I don't know. I think you have to say that exact sentence, otherwise it doesn't quite make sense to anyone, right? Just broadly. But that's that phrasing. We're not using words that are slurs. We're slurring words. I like that. I like that a lot. You should post that. Anyway, yeah, we're handing it over as opposed to acknowledging like a historic problem, right? Like the word for the Romani, that word is used in many other terms and phrases that are now we're starting to understand, or like, oh, maybe don't use that one anymore. Because, you know, it's a slur, but realistically, if someone's using it, they're probably not aware. So, you know, you can kind of understand of like, okay, well, yeah, you're probably just not aware of that one. And, you know, there is probably an argument to be made. I don't know how I feel about it. I haven't thought about it much. But there's probably an argument to be made of like, well, if no one's aware that it was a slur, is it still a slur? It's like, well, maybe? I don't know. But that's a more complicated and nuanced discussion that, you know, someone else can have, and I can see the debate there. But on this one, it's like, no, there's no. The history is very brief. It's pretty small. Like, there's not a lot going on in those time frames. It wasn't heavily used. It wasn't like some massive oppressive thing like the F slur is and was, or various things. Debate this brick. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see the debate on this one. I just don't. No. The answer is just no. It's not theirs and they can't have it. Really off topic, but Addison Rae announced her debut album, and I pre-ordered the Psy CD, and I'm really, really, really excited about it. Awesome. Let me know when the music actually comes out, and I will check it out. Like, you can ping me in the music channel or something. I'll make sure to listen. Still have to do the music stream. There's a lot of things I have to plan, but these couple of weeks are going to be really hectic. I'm really sad about how it all like fell into like 1 month being gone for 2 weekends. Because I don't know, streaming is like therapy for me, almost. It helps a lot with kind of coping with life. I was having an awful day. Signed CD. That's what I figured, but I was gonna wait for you to correct it. But yeah, it's almost like a sort of therapy for me. I don't know why. It's a different kind of socializing. It's a different way of talking about stuff. I've been pumping into that music stream. I have seen that, and it's so much. I will go through it one day, probably a day I have off or something. Yeah. Next week I'll only be on probably Tuesday, Wednesday. Tuesday for just a regular stream, and then Wednesday for, I assume, more 7 Days to Die, unless we're all sick of it after tomorrow. We'll see. I mean, I've been enjoying it. I'm learning new things about the game. It's changed a lot. And as I'm learning, I'm kind of catching up to, like, how to have fun with it. But, I don't know how the others feel exactly. But yeah. Next weekend, I will be gone entirely. I'll be down with my parents. That's going to be interesting. I'm driving down one day. It takes like a whole day to drive to go see them. I'll be there for presumably 2 days, maybe one, depending on how I'm feeling, how everyone's feeling. And then I have to drive all the way back, so I'll only be there for like a day or two. I gotta drive 2 days. It's rough. But I didn't get to see my family for Christmas, so it's been a while. But yeah, a lot of not streaming for me, who is very used to it and relies on it almost. But thank you all for coming. I do want to say that I really appreciate everyone being here. I was a little bit worried, had a little bit of insecurity coming back after like a week gone of like, you know, there might be kind of like a ramp up period where people kind of remember I exist, and you know. But I'm happy to see that was not a problem I'm facing. I would have understood if that was true too, because it's like, you know, there's a lot of things vying for everyone's attention, especially as other content creators. I know a bunch of you are. There's a lot of things vying for your attention. So the fact that any of you come here even for, 10 minutes means a lot to me. So yeah, thank you all for being here. I really deeply appreciate it. And thank you for listening to me rant. I do it too often. I think I mentioned that I like it here, so don't even worry about it. Well, I would hope that you like it here if you're tuning in, but either way, thank you. The fact that you like it here means even more. It was really weird not seeing you stream. It was really weird not streaming. I mean, I was hanging out with friends who I haven't seen in like a year, so that was cool. That was nice. It was a nice change of pace. I like the part where the boy puts on a maid dress sometimes. That is a pretty popular part of this whole stream. It was weird still not getting the notification. Yeah, I feel that. It'd be like if Dem went away for a week, I would notice just the absence, right? Once you get used to something. Klee was saying earlier that I should just, or no, it wasn't Klee. It was Say. I think it was Say. I think Say was saying, forget that you're on YouTube sometimes. Yeah, so do I. I think it's just Klee over there right now. But yeah, hi YouTube. Not getting the notification even if I can. Yeah, okay, I know I do read that. Right, no, Say was saying I should just make the maid dress the default for my redesign, and I was like, if I was a different like type of creator, I might consider it, but I don't think so. I really like the cyberpunk aesthetics and stuff. It is I'm a big fan, I guess you could say. So if anything, I'm leaning more into like the futuristic stuff with the new redesign. I'm really excited. Soon enough, I should have a reference sheet like in a week or so. So maybe next Tuesday I'll be able to show it off. I will have a reference sheet. It is not in the same art style as my current model, but it will be used to make a more like quote unquote official one, where I can then, hand artists 2 reference sheets and say, yeah, feel free. That'll be fun. But mainly because my artist is not in the same time zone as me. In fact, they're like opposite time zone. So communication is pretty like staggered and hard to do. So I wanted to go in with like, here's basically everything I want. And here's a full description, and everything you could possibly have questions about is all here, ready to go, as clear as I can possibly make it for you. And then the questions and adjustments should be pretty minor. That way it's not like months and months of back and forth. I'm hoping it'll be like another 2 or 3 weeks to get that version of it done, and then we can start it on the model and get that made. And I think we got on that topic because I was saying I want to get the Catboy maid outfit just as a toggle, or a set of toggles probably. Yeah, the internet allows for amazing connections, however inconvenient they may be. Yeah, I love my artists. They are fantastic. I cannot recommend them enough. It's Gnome. Noum. I think, yeah, they're on Twitter and Blue Sky, so you can find them either place, and of course VGen. It's basically the only place I hire artists from because it comes with some guarantees as opposed to none. Unless I have like a reference or something, or I know them personally. Yeah, no, I want that to just be a toggle instead of a total, like, right now it is a totally different model, which makes it kind of hard to maintain, I think, for the artist. But it was kind of like the easy way to just get it done. But with this, I want to get it as like a whole part of the package, and then with outfits in the future, we can kind of build on top of the one singular model. I think some people also prefer a separate model because of like VRAM and things like that. I don't have that problem. I have a pretty high-end computer here, so I'm not really too worried about that. So that is where I'm at on that, and I'm hoping to see some more stuff I can share. I don't want to share anything that's like not done, because then it's like, well, might change, you know. But once I have that one, I'll show it off. We can talk about it, maybe get some feedback from y'all, because I'm not concrete on every little detail yet. I am thinking about some other things. I'm sure something will come up for me to change between the two, and you know. But yeah, definitely leaning into the more futuristic stuff, more toggles, more features. One big thing that I know I can get done, and I will get done, is, you know, the lighting. Let's see if I remember the buttons that I assigned. Here we go. You know, the lighting. So 2 things I want to change about it. One, it makes me dark, like it just turns the lighting off whenever I toggle it on. I want that to be a separate thing. And so that the lighting is just from like the bodysuit and things like that. And then I want to make the actual lighting. Yeah. I have 2 of them, red and blue. The blue is a little more intense. Yeah, so I have this, and I want to keep it, but there's something you can do in VTube Studio, where if you have something... I need Tay to do the VTuber thing of releasing songs/covers. Tay could slay the house down boots on a lo-fi beat type thing. I mean, maybe one day. What's that do to the maid outfit? Nothing right now. But obviously, if it was a toggle on this model, it would have to work, right? So like, you know, that would be its own thing that I'd have to work out. We'd have to like figure it out. So that's part of like making it all one model. Also means that it all has to kind of work together and be fully functional. The only downside is it's probably going to get really complicated for me to toggle different things. I'm going to have to put a lot of work in to make, like, let's say if I want to put the maid outfit on, I might have to toggle off like 10 different things, maybe more. And even go through the logic of if something is on, I have to turn that off first and then turn something else off. And like, it could get complicated. I'd have to see the exact details, but there's going to be a lot going on that I have to be mindful of. So it's good that I didn't start with that because I wouldn't have known how to deal with it. But now I have tools that can do basically anything that I want, you know, at a single button press, and it's whatever, you know? All right, but what I was going to say was, with the model, with the lighting, so you see how it's blue there, it's red here, those are completely different toggles. What I would like is for those to be one toggle that just makes it bright. You know, basically it shows the layer. It's basically a PNG layer almost. And then that layer just be a white light. You know, instead of blue or red, it's just white. And then what I'd really like to do is have one feature. This wouldn't be the main one, but one feature where you guys could type in an RGB code, whatever that may be, or a hex code. I could probably do both. Like, accept both and just parse them, right? And then it can just be whatever color you want. Is the main outfit blue and black or white and gold? Blue and black. Well, no, black and white mainly. And then little bits of blue for like accents and stuff. Here, I can just put it on. As soon as it decides to load. All right, did I hit the wrong button? I think I hit the wrong button. There you go. Here's the maid outfit. Oh yeah, so the lighting can just be made like pure white. And then the heck did I do? I can't get VTube Studio to come up now. There it goes. Let's see. Oh yeah, I have thighs. For those of you unaware. Remember that dumb... Huh? You don't remember that dumb picture of the dress and everyone saw it as either blue and black or white and gold? Oh no! I forgot about that one. Congratulations, thighs. I also have thighs. Hell yeah. I love thighs. I'm told they're too large. No such thing. Well, no, there is such a thing, but probably not. I squish them? Hell yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so the lighting. I want it to be where you guys can enter like codes and stuff and change the color. Obviously, there would be some set colors too that you can just select from. You know, make it easy, right? But if someone wanted to get a very specific color of pink, they can just do that. That would be the idea. Or if you want it to be black for some reason, you can just enter the, what's the code for black? 0, right? Hex code. The ceiling for thigh is very high. Yeah, exactly. You can have a lot of thigh before it gets too much. But yeah, that would be the whole point of making it white. Also, so that I can just decide what color it is if I feel like it. If I'm playing a game that is a lot of green, maybe I want to be green, or maybe I want to be red to contrast with it, or you know, whatever. Or maybe I want to be RGB, you know, color vomit. I could do that too. I could change the color like a breath type thing, right? Like I could do anything with it at that point. So, yeah, I'm looking for that kind of option. I also just want it to just, yeah, let me go back to my normal model. And let's see. Sure, we can leave the cat stuff on. So you see the like the accents on the belly and stuff. Don't focus on the belly too much. You'll miss the details. So when it lights up, that actually glows, right? What I would like to be able to do as well with separating out the color stuff is have the glow on the body, and there'll be other features that are going to glow in the new model. Just have them always glowing. Hang on, go back. I was focusing on the belly. All right, here you go. There's some weird lighting with the pants too. I'm not a huge fan of that, but the pants ended up being really weird because of how I described them. So I think I just screwed myself over there. My artist did the best they could, and I was just stupid. But yeah, the details are all like that. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I had some color correction filter on because when I'm normally colored, I'm a little too bright when I actually look back at VODs and stuff. But yeah, no, you can see it's all colored. It's all glowing. I wanted to always glow, just at a much, lower intensity. That way we can have that, and it can change color, and we can do all sorts of fun stuff with it. I come back to Taylor Tummy fan service SMH. Listen, I don't have any excuses, but that's just how it is. Let's see. Where's my No, that's the cat. That's the Catboy outfit. There we go. I can also take the armor off. That's not something I usually do, because I didn't really pay much attention to it when I got it made, and I'm not a massive fan of how I ended up. But again, that's me seeing it and going, it's fine, and not adjusting it. Yeah, there's some rare views of me. No excuses. It's not that much. Worldmaker would be into that. Yeah, I like this a lot. You do. Well, if you like this, I think you'll like the new one even more. It's leaning more into the things that my community has shown that they enjoy to look at. Not too much, but you know. Should have more toggles in general as well, and more details and such. Taylor has taken community input. What are you trying? Hold on a second now. What does that mean? What does community input mean? I'm wise to your tricks. What do you mean by that? Anyway, yeah. So that's what I have right now, and I don't despise it, but it could be more, Once I learned that you can change colors and stuff in VTube Studio, and that I can do that through software tools that can get into redeems and stuff for you guys, I was like, there's a whole new world of possibilities. I can do so much. I can give you guys so much power over it, right? So many ways to interact that you couldn't before, and to fight each other over what color I am. Out of context, that sentence maybe isn't the best sentence in the world, but you know what I mean. Yeah, it'll give more interaction for the stream, and you guys can screw around with the lighting. And other redeems. Now they'll do that either way. I think today I want teal Zor. Yeah, exactly. You could just make my lighting teal. You can turn off the lights, because that part of this would still be a redeem where you can make the general lighting on my model darker. You know, that would, again, it's just separating stuff out, making it more dynamic. So that's also what the jacket toggle does, is it gets rid of that. So if you want to see more of that, that's what that button's for. And of course, there will be some preset colors that people, you know, often use. Obviously, like the defaults, purple, blue. Let's see. What else could I tell you guys without revealing everything? I am going to actually put plugs on the suit, like actual like plug-in points where things will amount to. By things, I mean mainly armor or something like that. The plug suit will be more of a plug suit. You notice how I have like seams on the shoulders and stuff? I want to be a little more inspired by like Darling in the Franxx or Evangelion, where the suits are completely seamless. They just cover the whole body and have like no real wrinkling or stretching or anything like that. I want to go more that direction. Not literally zero, but you know, basically none and no seams. My suit makes me think of Ava. Yeah, it does actually. That was one of my first connections. It's comfy, yeah. Yeah, ha ha ha, I came at the end. What do you mean by that, Croissant? Oh my god, a Croissant can do that? With a Glock? Holy shit. How's it going, Croissant? You have bunny ears? I have to look at your model. It was so jam-packed with details that like I'm still, when I do catch your streams, I still am like taking that in while also watching whatever you're doing. What? Good. That's good. Happy to hear you're doing well, Croissant. There's a whole rant earlier. I'm not doing it again. I've redone it like 3 times. I'll make a highlight of it. It'll be in the Discord. We were talking about the redesign for my model. I don't have anything I can show just yet, but we're talking about just what some things that I'm definitely changing. Let's see, what else was there? I'm definitely changing the pants out. I don't think the cargo pants worked out. I'm not huge on them. I think I'm changing out the jacket as well. Yeah, we're gonna replace the jacket entirely. There will be something else in its place. We're getting rid of the jacket. Of course, there will be other pants that replace the cargo pants, but they're gonna be different. Does it accentuate the hips more? Maybe. Take off your pants and jacket. I can't toggle the pants off. That doesn't work. But yeah, the jacket's off. But yeah, no, we're removing the pants and jacket. We're replacing both of those with other things. My thought right now for the jacket, no pants gang. My thoughts for replacing the jacket is something of like a half cape, hooded half cape. That probably doesn't make any sense to you. That's fine. Just, it's going to be something different. Yeah, whatever you're probably thinking of, the answer is probably no, not like that. I have a very specific idea in my mind. Let's see. Boo, boo. 11 inches of dust, huh? Let's see. The armor will be more like futuristic styled. So you'll see more of my more of like the actual chest shape and things like that. So I'm gonna put a little more attention into that on the new art, into getting that in a way that I like it. The idea I had was hot. It's on the screen behind you, huh? Oh, inch of dust. Yeah, that's the mission that of the game that I'm definitely playing right now, for sure, for sure. We are keeping the belt. It's going to change a little bit, and by a little bit, I mean there's going to be some major changes to it, but like it'll still be roughly the same belt. I do want the belt to hug my hips a little more, because like I got some hips going on here, right? But like the belt just kind of doesn't quite wrap to them, you know what I mean? So I'd like it to hug the body a little more accurately. Belt stays on during oh my gosh, maybe. It is an important part of the power system, which I'm going to have a more like detailed way that things connect. Like the plug suit is supposed to plug into things. Right now it doesn't really plug into anything. Like on the model, you don't see plugs, there's no context for that. I'm going to build that into the model, or the new design anyway. Where it's going to be a little more put together, let's say. What else? I will have a different hairstyle. I think I would have, obviously the current one, I'm going to have a shorter ponytail, and then a specific hairstyle for just when the hood's up. Because obviously you can't have a ponytail while you have a hood up. That doesn't work. Well, the ponytail isn't completely going away. It's just going to change. I might keep this one as an option. I probably will. And I'll just have a shorter one that has more physics. You know how like that my bangs kind of like wave back and forth, but the ponytail does not like, doesn't have the same level of physics. It doesn't hang down. It doesn't have that movement, that expressiveness, essentially, where like if I turn my head, it doesn't really follow. Yeah, no jiggle bones, but they won't understand what that means. But yeah, no jiggle bones. It kind of just moves back there, and it's fine. I'm not saying it's bad, but I want my hair to have those physics, so that necessitates changing it. And I don't want it to be like wildly long, because then you'd never see the highlighted tips. Premium grade hairspray. That is a ridiculous amount of hairspray. So yeah, I would keep this one as an option, but then I want the other hairstyles for more of like a consistent feel, because I feel like everything else having, you know, everything really connected and more as you'd expect it to move, right? You're right, Gorilla Glue. Real. Yeah, it's a Half-Life 2 Gary's mod type engine term for when a bone in the 3D model is designed to be jiggly, like the bloater's stomach from Left 4 Dead 2. Yeah, similar idea. Although there's a lot more, I think, options for Live 2D to have like different types of jiggle. But yeah, no, I just want that to be consistent with the other hair and everything else. So that's the direction I'm going there. I do want to add like proper glasses as a toggle. I know you all love the glasses. I broke things. Of course I broke things. That's what I do. Okay. I really broke things. That's whatever. It's fine. Oh, thank you. That's exactly what I was about to do. Yeah, so the glasses, they're mostly okay. But you'll notice that they kind of float because look, there's jiggle physics, so I say we get equality and get physics. Don't you mean physical? Yeah, you'll notice they don't actually track with the model perfectly. So I want to get a toggle just to have a pair of glasses that are actually like made for the model. I do like the idea of having glasses. I wear glasses, you know, so having my model have them. Great sweatpants physics. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, having proper glasses. They're on me all the time. I might as well get them done right. Same with like the Catboy ears. I had Catboy ears kind of like these glasses where they didn't quite work perfectly, and people kept using them. So I was like, you know, I should just get them added. Why not, right? So that's on the list. What else? What the plug suit actually covers won't be changing. Currently, canonically, in lore, the plug suit covers from the neck down to the wrists, and then you can't see my mouse, but you know where like the crotch region generally is? You know the no-no space where you're not allowed to have any skin showing on Twitch? Down here? Right, yeah, so it covers all of that. And then it's just leg, as you see in the maid outfit, where you see the thighs. So, the gray sweatpants area, oh my god. So that's, from there down to there is covered with the plug suit. The material for the plug suit's going to change a little bit. It will be thinner in some areas. That's all I can say. I'm not sure about the exact details, but it will be a thinner material in the first place. So like you see where the neck is, where you can see it very clearly bumps out and goes to the suit. I'm going to just make it thinner in general. So you'll see more muscle definition and things like that. Where it may be slightly transparent, I'll let you think about that. What else? What else? There will be a whole new armor design, so like all the accent lighting and things like that, the little highlights, they'll obviously, you know, in some cases have to be adjusted or changed to account for that and keep the look, you know, consistent. Because there will be versions where the armor's on or off, so like it has to flow. So that'll change. What else is more exciting? The pants will be more skin tight, let's say. They will just be tighter to the skin. They'll probably be a little bit thicker than what you see the bodysuit is right now, made out of a slightly different material, but that's roughly what they're made out of. And there will be some suit material included in parts of the pants design. You'll see. You'll see. Which reminds me, I have to make a slight change. Okay. I noticed I forgot to add something that I wanted to change. Nothing too exciting with the belt. I'll have gloves. I'm adding gloves. That's something. That's something I can mention that I think is pretty safe. I'm gonna have stompers, real stompers, real boots. Like right now I got boots, right? But I'm gonna have real stompy boots, real crush your skull kind of boots, you know? Oh no, I crafted the glasses. That's fine, good enough. Wait, is that attached to my eyeball? 1 second. It is, that's funny. There we go. Anyway, let me get myself back in position over here. So yeah, there's that. There's a couple of armor pieces. Anything else would be maybe questionable. Oh, I do have one other piece of like kind of big, something big I can mention as like a tentative, which is I spoke to my artist and they were cool with trying to do V-Bridger for the first time for my model. Because I mentioned to them, you know, I got an iPhone, I have V-Bridger, I would like to have greater tracking for the facial expressions for the mouth area. So if you'd be interested, you know, I'd be happy to hire you to do that, to figure it out. You know, I got time, I can wait. And they were like, yeah, we can do that. So that's something I'm at least looking into. If they can't do it, 'cause it's like a whole task. It's a big thing. If they find out that like, yeah, no, this is like beyond my skill or whatever, I'll find someone else who can and have them work together or something. But I'm definitely getting that done. Crossing my fingers currently to hear back from an application for an artist. Awesome. I'm sure they'll love you. And if they don't, they're wrong. So. I did just recommend my artist to someone today on Twitter. And I will admit that I'm really apprehensive about the fact I did, because it might end up meaning that they have more work. And I want to get all of this done before my affiliate anniversary, which is in like October, so I got time. But if they suddenly become very popular, that would really suck for me hitting that time frame. Just still so glad my friend D was happy to make me my PNG tuber. No, your PNG tuber is awesome. Do you have like a reference sheet yet? I don't either, so you know, for those who don't feel bad. I'm literally getting my first one right now. And it's for the redesign. No rep sheet? Yeah, no, I get you. They cost like money and stuff, and you have to know exactly what you want, and you gotta find someone to make it. Like, man, that's rough. So originally going to, but then my model artist was like super overwhelmed. Yeah. Well, that's my fear now. It's like, you know, I can't in good faith not recommend my artist, but if I keep doing it and people keep finding out that they're an awesome model artist, their prices and stuff are gonna go up. That'll hurt. That'll hurt a little bit. And the wait time would go up. That's the part that hurts more. I have a time frame in mind. It's like, suffering from success. How unfortunate. End up having to scrap like 60% of what I paid for and just get the model and a partial refund. Yeah. I mean, at least you got, I assume, you know, what you paid for and then your money back, so could be worse. I have an ad. Who added me? I'll get back to them later. Model is super cute. Awesome. Just need it rigged. Oh, yeah. No, there are tons of people who can do rigging. It depends on what your budget is more than anything. And what you're expecting. I know like certain levels of quality people, you know. And yeah, like if you do V-Bridger, you know, you have to find someone who does that as well. Unfortunately, you're picky. I mean, I've seen rigging that was, how do I put this politely? Well, I'm not talking about anyone specific, so I think I can just say, it was shit. It was not good. Like it wasn't just style or preference or anything like that. It was none of those things. It was just they didn't know what they were doing at all. And it wasn't like nitpicking the details or anything like that. It was just like, wow, that is atrocious. That is bad. That is not expressive. That literally fails the only job that our models have for us, which is to express what we're doing and our, you know, faces and all that stuff to the people watching. And like, if that doesn't work, then what are you paying for? Because you can do a lot with a little if it's good, but you can't do anything if it's bad. I've also seen art for very obscene prices, like well over 1,000, and it looked amateurish. It wasn't. I wouldn't call it style. Technically, I guess it could be, but you know, when you're well over $1,000, I don't know. I feel like you expect a certain level of detail to justify the price. Even if it's in a style I'm not a fan of, like, that's fine. I've seen some crazy stuff that's like, I understand the pricing. I don't like it, but I understand the pricing. You know, like $1,500 for like a more Western style VTubing model, which I'm not a fan of those, honestly. I think the noses wig me out the most because they put like a real nose there, and it's just, I don't know, it never looks good to me. Maybe I'm too like weeb brained, but I don't like them. But like, they're crazy high levels of detail, and you know, it's like, okay, yeah, fair. I mean, yeah, that's a fair price, 100%. I just don't want it. there's a difference. But I guess some people will pay it. I don't know. Maybe not. I'm not sure. Sometimes I think stuff like that is just maybe a scam or something. Because I've only seen prices like that for that type of product in the Live 2D Discord. Because they have like places where you can post to say like, oh, you're looking for work, or, you know, stuff like that. And a lot of them seem legit, but there is the occasional ones where you're like, that price does not match the work. There's something's weird here. I don't trust that. The bad art for crazy prices is definitely the worst, though. Because like, man, someone ends up buying it, and like I hope they're happy, but I really doubt they are, and that's tragic. Anyway, I think I've been on this screen for like an hour, and it's getting a little late. So I think it's about time we wrapped it up. Let's see. Where should we raid to? That is technically an open question. If you have suggestions, I am happy to take them. Let's see. Oh, here's a question for you guys while I work on this. Should I put the femboy tag on even though I don't call myself one, but everyone else does, and I'm like, it's fine, I don't mind? Does that qualify me? Or would that set me up for people coming in thinking I'm gonna, like, I don't know, flirt with them excessively? What does that mean to people, I guess is what I'm asking. Oh, I have a target. Oh, I have a target. Oh, we're gonna stealth raid them too. That's awesome. Yeah, waiting just to see if anyone had a response to that question before I hit the button. So then it puts me on a timer. was this? Okay, maybe I'll ask the broader community. I'll put it in the Discord or something. Get some feedback. Oh shit, I didn't show this off. I need to just put this on my OBS for tomorrow. One second. Yeah, it's just gonna live there for a while. There we go. Maybe I'll put it over here. I don't know. Where do I put it? Whatever. We'll leave it there for now. I'll figure something else out later. I could probably crop it too. You guys can watch it disappear in real time. Slowly. Slowly. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Damn, bro is AFK for a while here. I mean, let me double check, make sure I'm not. Okay. We're gonna wait for them to get back. I haven't rated this person in a while, and I think they'll really, really, really appreciate it. So I want to make sure that they don't, like, feel bad about missing it or something. I would feel awful if they were like, I was gone, and then I didn't notice for 5 minutes when I came back. I'm so awful, or something like that. That would make me really sad. So I guess we'll hang out for a few minutes more. Yeah, I can discard the glasses. I broke them, and now I don't know how to fix them. Pinning items is a very delicate process. I can also fix my model placement here. It's supposed to cover the whole screen. There we go. Perfect. No gap. I mean, the waiting's killing me. Oh, what else is there to talk about? I guess I touched on it earlier. I do occasionally get the whole, like, imposter syndrome feeling. Oh, we're waiting on a streamer I know of who I think would really appreciate a raid. They for a time were a little bit questioning on whether they were going to continue, and I think I played at least a very small part. If I like to think I played at least a small part in encouraging them to keep going, and I haven't had an opportunity to raid into them for a while. And I want to, but they were AFK until just now. But I guess I should finish that thought. I do occasionally get the whole like imposter syndrome thing, not just with my job and programming, which is like comically normal to have there, but also in VTubing. And today was really rough because I was just like, what am I doing? And I think that came mainly from not having streamed in a while. Yeah, a while being like less than a week, but you know. Some other things came up during the day and it just kind of threw my whole mental state into a bit of a mess. And yeah, which is why I was saying I'm really thankful everyone's here tonight. But it looks like our friend Akira's back, so we're going to raid into them. All right, we'll be back tomorrow with Rad, Dem, and I think Chai's still going to be there. I didn't double check that. I probably should have double checked that everyone was still going to be there, but I think they're all going to be there. We'll be playing 7 Days to Die. It'll be a lot of fun. And with that said, thank you all again. I really do appreciate it. Have a great night, and